Great, should be online.
Okay, perfect. Well, welcome everyone to the October 25th, 2023 meeting of the San Francisco Democratic Party. My name is Honey Mahogany and I am the chair, and I am now calling this meeting to order. I just want to first of all say thank everybody for their flexibility. I know we were supposed to meet in person this week. However, we just heard this weekend that there was an issue at the Pelosi office. There was graffiti and it was attacked, but also I believe there were some maintenance things that needed to happen. So unfortunately, that space was no longer made available to us. Thankfully, the Pelosi team let us know before we were able to send out our 72-hour agenda, and therefore we were able to make this virtual. So just wanted to say thank you for your flexibility and understanding. With that, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Recording Secretary Member Lee, who would be so kind to do the roll, please.
I think Member Lee is not here yet, but I can take the roll.
Okay, thank you, Executive Director Garcia.
Member Avalos.
Present.
Member Baraka. Member Barry.
Michael Nguyen, proxy for Barry.
Thank you. Member Campos.
Present by proxy.
Thank you. Member Chen.
Present.
Member Duffy. Member Galata.
Present.
Member Ibanez.
Presente.
Member Lacroix.
Present.
Member Lee. Absent. Member Loftus.
Here by proxy.
Member Lovett.
Present.
Member Mahogany.
Here.
Member Mandelman.
Lynn, we're back here for proxy.
Member Marr.
Present by proxy.
Member Maliga is excused. Member Peraza.
Present.
Member Raju is excused. Member Ronan. Absent. Member Thomas.
Present.
Member Tun.
Emma Hyken, present by proxy.
Thank you. Member Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Member Zoe.
Present by proxy.
Thank you. Member Pelosi.
Here by proxy.
Member Mullen.
Present by proxy.
Member Kounalakis. Member Ma.
Present by proxy.
Member Cohen.
Present by proxy.
Member Weiner.
Present by proxy.
Member Haney. He's absent. Member Ting is excused. I'm going to go back to the folks I skipped. Member Baraka. Member Duffy.
Present by proxy.
Thank you. Assuming Member Lee is not here yet. And Member Ronan. You have 23 members present, Chair.
Thank you. I believe that means we have quorum and we can move on to item number 2, which is the approval of the meeting agenda. Colleagues, I know many of us have been deep in conversation with various community members over the last couple of days, specifically around item number 11, which was a late item that was included on the 72-hour notice. And I just want to acknowledge that this has been a difficult time for many of those involved, and people all across the country and all across the world. So I just want to say that I appreciate the engagement and the hard conversations that were had, and everyone that participated in those conversations. And I think it's important that we have more conversations and more action moving forward, so that we can figure out how to come together and really heal, and how we move forward as a party, figure all of that out. With that said, we have 2 items. that were submitted in time to be included on the 72-hour notice. Item number 10 is a resolution commending and honoring Kathleen Dowling McDonough for her distinguished service to the San Francisco Democratic Party. And item number 11 is a resolution calling for a ceasefire and multilateral negotiations to resolve the conditions of war and the cycle of violence, Southwest Asia, Israel, Palestine. As noticed to our membership and the public this morning, item number 11 is no longer going to be voted on today as it has been withdrawn from consideration per the request of the author. The issue will be referred to the Issues and Resolutions Committee, where we will have substantive discussions as we figure out how to best move forward and what to do. So at this time, I'd like to bring forward Member Avalos, who wanted to share a few words. Member Avalos.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I want to just appreciate everyone's patience in this measure. I take full responsibility for it coming forward to the 72-hour agenda calendar. This came forward because I've had too much horror in my life. And it's been really devastating to see the horror that is happening in the Middle East. And I just really questioned, this party. And I wanted to have the opportunity to understand who we are and who we represent as the Democratic County Central Committee and who we have connections to at the highest levels of the Democratic Party and the highest levels of government. And I thought I could be silent, and I didn't feel that was appropriate. We represent a very diverse, multi-ethnic community with ties to every nation on the planet. And it's inconceivable that we can see the world from any one point of view. And I did not feel like being silent was actually going to help our party be strong and truly represent all the people that we purport to serve and raise the voices to the highest levels of government. I thought about resigning from the Democratic Party, and because I was really concerned with how our national leaders were not questioning what our role is in the U.S. role in allowing, such bloodshed to happen. I don't want to misspeak, and I don't want to offend anyone. I brought this measure forward out of great love for humanity and a sense of collective sense of our trauma, historical trauma and current trauma. And I just want to make sure that there's a way that we can actually come together and try and see things from different people's perspectives, and find a way to actually call for peace. I don't think the original version of this measure was the way to do it. And I apologize for bringing something forward that wasn't quite ready. And I believe it's better to come to something that we can find some consensus on all around. And I beg your forgiveness for bringing this matter in such an indelicate way. But I want to learn and join hands with members of the community and fellow members of the Democratic Party to find some common ground, how to express ourselves and who we represent up to the highest levels of the Democratic Party. And I want to thank all the folks who contributed to the writing of this piece. It's still a work in progress. You all, played a role in knowing it was that and knowing what the risks were in terms of how we would be taken. And lastly, I never expected that I would see so much horror and acceptance of horror from the general public in the responses and a lot of the emails we got. I don't support Hamas. Fuck Hamas. I don't support the slaughter of innocent children by Hamas. I don't support terrorism. I support ways that we can find ways to settle our disagreements so that they don't flare up again. I'll stop there, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Member Galata.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I did also just want to comment briefly on the removal of item number 11, which I do support doing tonight. I sign on in support of this resolution because I truly believe that we need an immediate ceasefire to stop the horrific violence and the growing number of casualties we are seeing in Gaza and Israel. The loss of every Palestinian and Israeli life over the past few weeks is devastating. And the grief and the trauma in communities throughout the world and right here in the Bay Area is palpable and very real. And I want to acknowledge that. I've been a lifelong pacifist, and I'm opposed to war in any way, shape, or form. And we are now in the 19th day of this war, with more than 700 people killed last night alone. And I believe it's important for us to make a statement that all Jewish and Palestinian people deserve to live in a world free from violence, discrimination, and oppression. So I want to acknowledge that the feedback and comments we received from the public around the proposed resolution language, and as Member Avalos stated, and I want to apologize for any harm that this language caused. I want members of the community to know that I hear you and acknowledge your feedback, and I'm personally committed to working with all community members and listening to your input on a ceasefire resolution that hopefully can be supported by everyone and members of this body. And I hope that we agendize this resolution, revised resolution, at a special or future meeting after it goes to committee. And I just don't think we can afford to be silent as a party, as a local party, as a community in San Francisco at this time of such overwhelming violence and loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Galata. And thank you again, Member Avalos, for your work over the last few days and moving forward. At this time, do we have a motion to amend the agenda to include item number 10 and approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you, Member Lacroix and Member Ibanez. Can we do this without objection? Seeing no objections, the agenda is now approved. I just want to once again say thank you to everybody who worked on this over the last few days, all the community members who have reached out, who've provided public comment, who have sent us letters, been on phone calls. I do believe that these conversations are, again, incredibly important, and we absolutely should be making clear our stance as a Democratic Party. So I look forward to continuing to have those conversations in committee and figuring out the best way forward that hopefully can heal divides, bring us together, and stand up to atrocities that we are seeing on a daily basis. So thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 3, which is approval of the meeting minutes from the July 26th and the August 23rd meetings. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Member Ibanez and seconded by Vice Chair Lacroix. Thank you so much. Can we take this without objection? Seeing no objection, the meeting minutes are approved. Up next, we have public comment as item number 4, but before we do go to move Before we move to public comment, I am actually going to use my prerogative as chair to take one item, a quick item out of order, and would like to take this time to move item number 5A, the chair's report, and have that heard next. And the reason that I'm doing this is that we have with us Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who has requested to address the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. For transparency, the other congressional candidates were also reached out to, and Representative Schiff was also interested in coming tonight, but at the last minute could not make it. So, but never fear, we will have more opportunities to talk to or with all of the other congressional candidates, and our Executive Director, Moises Garcia, and I are working hard to ensure that can happen in the next coming months. So please stay tuned on that. And in the meantime, can we bring Congresswoman Lee in? I believe she is in the waiting room.
Hey.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Congresswoman, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Listen, these are very tough times, and so it's good to be with you. I, of course, am here in Washington, D.C. It's getting late. I am happy that they decided to, elect a speaker. But I have to tell you, I hope you look at the speaker's record, because he is a Donald Trump MAGA extremist Republican, which is terrifying. Nice person, but don't let that fool you. And so we're trying to sound the alarm, let people know what's going on and what to expect, because this man is very similar to Jordan. And this was someone that Donald Trump supported. And that's the danger right now that we're faced with, because Donald Trump is reaching into the House of Representatives, and his autocratic agenda is felt and seen each and every day here in Washington. So just know that's what we're dealing with today. But I'm here with you tonight, and I feel like I'm at home. And thank you all for inviting me to be with you for a couple minutes. I am running for the United States Senate. And I, of course, hope that I have earned your support. I have been part of the progressive movement since really the day I was born. And I'll share that quick story with you. Born and raised in El Paso, Texas, in an immigrant community. And my mother needed a C-section. They did not let her in the hospital because she was Black. This was when she was pregnant with myself. Finally, after a long hassle between my grandmother and the hospital officials, she got in, but they didn't tend to her. They left her on a gurney. And my mother became delirious, that she became unconscious. They didn't know what to do with her at that point because it was way past time for a C-section. They pulled her into the, then it was the emergency room, not the delivery room, but the emergency room. And they ended up, to save her life. And the story is important because fast forward to today, Black women are 3 times more likely to die in childbirth than white women. The maternal mortality rates are off the scale. So when I was born, my mother almost died. They had to pull me out using forceps, and I almost didn't get into this world. And so that's why I say I've been fighting all of my life, first just to get here and to breathe, but secondly, for making sure that everyone has an opportunity to live the American dream and to be part of this society. And when you don't have a seat at the table, I don't care who you are, what your background is, I'm gonna fight to make sure that there's justice and that your voices are heard. I represent, and I'm really happy to be with you in San Francisco, because I always tell Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi that my Alameda County, we have the highest turnout and the highest number of voters in my election. She says, oh, no, my district has the highest turnout and the highest number of voters. So we kind of like have this thing going on. So I want to just recognize your party in San Francisco and your efforts to make sure our democracy works and to make sure that people vote and that people are registered to vote. And you all really garner a huge turnout. A couple of times you beat us in Alameda County. But Alameda County is very similar in terms of not only waiting for elections to occur, but we work in between elections to make sure that people are informed and engaged and hold all of us accountable. And so fast forward to the Democratic convention that's going to be in Sacramento. The convention will elect or not the person, the candidate that they want to see as the Democratic nominee for the US Senate. And so I hope that you would consider supporting me. I think my record, hopefully, if you don't know it, hopefully I'll have a chance to talk to you further about who I am, what I've done, but just know moving forward in the Senate, I want to take on the big issues where there are gaps. And you don't hear a lot of members of the Senate talking about affordable housing and how we're going to address the unsheltered population and what new ideas for affordable housing I can bring, which are many. You don't hear a lot of members of the Senate talking about mental health. My background, I'm a clinical social worker by profession. And so my background is such that this is a moment that the Senate needs me in there with that body to really address the issues of mental health that are wreaking havoc, these challenges on so many people. Climate change, environmental justice is a big issue. That's got to be part of the overall climate change agenda because this is a climate emergency that we're in. Reproductive justice, I co-chair the pro-choice caucus. I've been fighting from day one to end the Hyde Amendment and now to codify into law the Women's Health Protection Act to make abortion access a right in our federal law. So there are many, many issues that I have experienced and that the Senate needs me there to push forward and to continue to move so that we can truly have liberty and justice for all. And I think in California, you know, the population, you know, the affordability crisis is killing so many of us living on the edge. 40 million people, 20 million out of the 40 million are one paycheck away from poverty, you know, commuting 2 and 3 hours a day, no childcare. When I was a student at Mills College and at UC Berkeley, my kids went to class with me because I couldn't afford childcare. And it's obscene that at this day and time that families can't afford childcare. I had to get on waiting lists, and by the time they called, I got to my kid's name on the waiting list, I was graduating. And so childcare is a big issue. So I see people, I hear people, and I try to let whoever needs a voice know that I'm their voice and I'm going to fight for them to make life better for them. And hopefully you'll look at my record and see that I have delivered, even as a progressive Black woman in a Congress that oftentimes it's getting more progressive, but oftentimes has not been as progressive as we are in the Bay Area. I've been able to get a lot done on the global HIV/AIDS pandemic, you name it, on cannabis reform. I led the first marijuana justice bill, still trying to get descheduling of cannabis. The Biden administration to get them to do the right thing. So you name it. And I've been working on these issues for many, many years. And I want to take this work and my experience and carve some new pathways in the Senate so that there are more voices and more voices of people that look like me. Thank you again. And I'd love any questions if you'd like to ask.
I think we're actually out of time for questions. But you know, we will have you back soon, and we'll have some set aside some time so that there can be a little bit more back and forth.
Okay, well, listen, thank you all very much for giving me a chance just to be with you, and hope to see you in Sacramento, if not before.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you again to Congresswoman Lee for making it to our meeting tonight. And we hope to hear from the other congressional candidates over the next few months. We'll now move on to item number 4, which is general public comment. And for this portion, I will pass it on to our Executive Director, Moises Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. So for general public comment, just a reminder, folks, that we take public comment all at once during this item. So if you'd like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function, which can be found at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're listening to this meeting via your phone, please dial *9 to enter the queue. If you encounter any difficulties, please send an email to info@sfdemocrats.org. Each member of the public will have 1 minute to address the SFDCCC. Associate SFDCCC members have floor privileges and may exceed the 1 minute time limit. I'll promote you in the order that I see your hand raised. Please note that Zoom will notify you when you're being promoted to a panelist. Click join as panelist in order to give public comment. I also wanted to let the members know that in addition to the 497, I think, written public comments that we received before 2 p.m. today, we received an additional, excuse me, an additional 600 or so comments since 2 p.m., primarily around item 11. So with that, I'm going to make my way through promoting folks now. Sonia, if you're with us, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Sonia Goch Avila. I am a reproductive health researcher working in San Francisco, and I am deeply disappointed to learn that the ceasefire resolution was pulled for the agenda for tonight's meeting. Conflating terrorism and anti-Semitism with calls for a ceasefire in Gaza is outrageous. The genocide taking place against Palestinians in Gaza is unimaginable, and I am horrified at the upwards of 6,000 precious Palestinian lives that have been taken by Israeli airstrikes, half of whom are children. This is an emergency. I am urging you to take a stand for human rights, collective liberation, and life. Please continue resisting the unacceptable complicity that the majority of US Democrats are showcasing while turning a blind eye towards increasing Islamophobia within our own party as a result. Please follow the lead of progressive Democratic leaders like Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who has signed on to a ceasefire resolution, and city councils like Richmond, California, here in the Bay, who has passed one just last night. Please allow for this committee to vote on a ceasefire resolution as soon as possible. We all need to be doing everything that we can to honor human life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Jared Nymark, followed by Shirley. Go ahead, Jared.
Hello, my name is Jared Neymark. I'm a Jew, I'm a resident of San Francisco, and I'm an advocate for peace and human rights. I'm calling in support of the ceasefire resolution in Palestine and Israel. I'm really extremely troubled that it was pulled from the agenda. Calling for a ceasefire is not anti-Semitism, full stop. I read through the resolution. I didn't see anything in it that was offensive or anti-Semitic. In fact, it called for a ceasefire to encourage protection of civilians on both sides of the conflict so that hostages could be returned. And I think it's really important for this committee to stand up for the human rights of all people, and that includes standing up for Palestinians who are facing war crimes at the hands of Israel right now, supported by our own government. And I really would urge the committee to put the ceasefire resolution back on the agenda and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Shirley.
Hi, my name is Shirley. I'm a Palestinian American born and raised here in San Francisco. I've lived here all my life in the Bay Area, and I want to say that I'm also very disappointed that Resolution 11 was removed from tonight's agenda. I don't know what is more important than stopping genocide. I can't imagine any resolution that could be more important than that. I think that the Democratic Party, that the San Francisco Democratic Caucus has to really look into their hearts. You need to look into your hearts and ask yourself why you can't ask for a ceasefire. That why is it controversial to ask that innocent civilians no longer be slaughtered? I think that this is something that will come back to haunt you in terms of the Democratic Party overall and the candidates, if they cannot even agree that Palestinian lives matter, that my life matter, that my children's lives matter. What is happening? The silence is violence. Your silence is actually violence. You are condoning violence. And I have to say, Mr. Avalos, I think I know what you're trying to say, but you could
Next is Frank Sterling. Let's move on to Liz Liebman.
Hi, my name is Liz Liebman, and I am a San Francisco resident, member of Jewish Voice for Peace and SWANA San Francisco Democrats. I'm speaking in support of the ceasefire resolution, and I'm really disappointed that it got dropped from tonight's agenda. I was proud of the SFDCCC for passing the resolution to support HR 2590. So please do not retract your commitment to Palestinians. We cannot cave into this racism. It is not a conflict or a war that started only a few weeks ago. This has been an ongoing genocide of Palestinians for over 75 years. The SFDCCC has a significant influence within the Democratic Party and is responsible for using its platform to champion what is just and aligns with the values of most San Francisco Democrats. It's crucial not to be misled by efforts to frame this as a religious war. It's fundamentally a fight against colonialism and white supremacy. People often wonder how the Holocaust could have happened. And unfortunately, we are witnessing a similar pattern of injustice unfolding in Palestine today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Charlotte.
Hi.
Go ahead, Charlotte.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Halloran Couch. I am calling as someone, I do not currently live in San Francisco, but I grew up in San Francisco for the first 10 years of my life. I currently live in Berkeley. I had my bat mitzvah at Congregation Shar Zahav, and the city is dear to my heart. And I'm also calling to express my support for you all re-adding the ceasefire resolution to your agenda and passing it as soon as possible. As others have said, I can't imagine what would be controversial or considered anti-Semitic about a bill that's calling for a ceasefire to stop the violence against thousands of Palestinians who are being killed. It sounds like it also included a wish for peace, and peace for Israelis as well. We can debate the controversy of that, but regardless of your feelings about Zionism, by the way, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Regardless of your feelings about that, now is not the time to debate that. Now is the time to stop the imminent genocide, the ongoing genocide of people in Palestine. So I hope y'all will do whatever you can to be one of the first localities to do this, as I know the city of Richmond recently did a local resolution about a ceasefire, and I hope the Democrats will too. Thank you.
Go back to Frank Sterling. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, miyu yum cho onum. Natung Frank Sterling Jr. Yaka, and that is me speaking my traditional language. I'm a California Indian, and I was introducing myself, Frank Sterling Jr. I am for the item 11 that you're pulling off. Indians see ourselves in the Palestinians, and we know that the Palestinians are experiencing what the Native Americans experienced here in the United States. And since you guys have some sort of power to speak up, I urge you and implore you to bring this back immediately. What are we waiting for here? I'm barely on the edge of the Democratic Party here, and I only do it just because I feel like we need to. You guys are going to lose a lot of people if you let the big Democrats out there say that we are behind this, because we are not. We are not behind this. And the genocide is ongoing. You've all seen the images of the children. 9/11, whatever that was, we've already surpassed that number for the Palestinians. That's been going on since the Nakba in 1948.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next we'll go to Mia.
Thank you for accepting my call. I must say that I am for peace. I am for ceasefire. The thing is, the last time there was a ceasefire, after the ceasefire date, Israel stopped bombing everybody, and Gaza kept bombing, kept the missiles going on Israeli civilians. And I don't agree with genocide. I don't agree with many of the things that were said here. I do want to thank Member Avalos for wording a quite a I don't know, quite a good resolution, but it was not good enough. The thing is, peace should be peace, ceasefire should be ceasefire, meaning that every fire should be ceased, from Hamas also. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Satya Chima.
Yes, hello. When I found out that you removed this resolution from the agenda, you know, my heart has been beating out of my chest, and the level of rage and grief I felt around that is beyond. We don't have time for whatever you all are, you know, trying to figure out regarding the language of the resolution, or I don't know what you're trying to figure out, but there's a genocide happening right now. There's people being killed right this minute as we are speaking here. This isn't theoretical. This is happening. There's also 50,000 pregnant people living in Gaza right now, 5,000 of which are expected to give birth this month. So I don't care about what you're trying to figure out. This needs to be on the agenda. You need to vote on it tonight. You need to stand against genocide. Okay, there's no excuse. Do not say anything else about any other social justice issue if you're not going to do this, okay? Because it's all connected. Our liberation is bound together, and I don't want to hear any bullshit about anything else.
Next up is Nagmana.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, it took me a second to unmute myself. So thank you for bringing me in the panelist. I am really disappointed that this resolution was taken off, and I could see Mr. Avalos' grief in the comments he made and the apologies he made. Why do we need to apologize for asking to stop genocide? If we are asking for apology to ask for killing, for stop killing, which world are we living in? This is a little far from us for right now, but think about our children. Think about our families who will be affected, our family and friends. I have friends on Palestinian and Israeli side. They are all hurting equally when we are killing innocent people. Specifically, the genocide of Palestinians is going on purpose. I don't condone violence in any way, shape, and form, but I...
Next up is Clementina.
Hi, I'm hello and good evening. I'm here in Ohlone territory, and I want to also I'm going to repeat what everyone else has been repeating. I'm incredibly disappointed that the resolution 11 was pulled. I have indigenous background, and the people in Palestine have not been represented here. I have voted as a Democrat previously, but I am considering not voting as a Democrat going forward because I'm incredibly disappointed with the party. 50% of the children, more than 50% have been children. And as of yesterday, it was over 2,000, the count. That is blood on my hands as a taxpayer. And I am so deeply, deeply, deeply saddened by that. And for my party to not, and I'm not going to say it's my party because I'm questioning now about being a Democrat. So I just want to say that you all need to step up and represent the Democratic Party better. There's too much blood that is spilling, and most of it is children.
Thank you for
and
your comments.
I can't sleep at night.
Next, we have Iman. Go ahead. Dr. Iman, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on. Go ahead, Sabraya. Apologies, mistake.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me? This is Dr.
Yes, go
Iman.
ahead.
First, I want to thank you for taking the courage, for all whoever took the courage to draft the resolution about the ceasefire. I'm not going to repeat everything that everybody has said. I just want to tell you, I just lost 11 family members. I'm mourning 11 family members killed by the Israelis, and the rest of my family are under the bombs as we speak, with no water, no food, and with phosphorus on the top of their head. I work in San Francisco. I serve Tenderloin. I spend most of my time to serve San Francisco residents. And instead of bombing Palestinians and killing my own family with my own tax money, you need to stop. You need to stop giving money to the Israelis, because that's what is killing us. And instead of that, invested in our Tenderloin, homeless population, people with addiction and mental health. Enough is enough. And this message for Biden is stop the lies, and stop, and to the Democratic Party, stop all your lies. We will not vote for you again because you killed my own family.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Faraz, followed by Sabraya.
Hi, my name is Faraz Peseso. I am a San Francisco resident for the past 42 years. I am a member of the diaspora of Palestine. My family has been displaced multiple times. My family originates from Gaza. We haven't been in contact with some of them for over a week. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's happening. All we see are the images of horror and tragedy. And all I'm asking for is humanity. We, as the Peseso family, as people from Palestine, just want to be able to live our lives, dream as others have, and be able to fulfill those dreams. What I ask of the city of San Francisco is to understand that your representatives within the city include multiple generations of individuals who are against everything that has been going on.
Next up is Sarabia. Sorry.
Yeah, hi, I'm Shravya. I just wanted to say my heart goes out to people who are Palestinian and have family there. That's really scary. I'm a San Francisco resident. First time I've ever participated in a public meeting like this. And the reason why I am, and I'm being more politically active, is because of the current situation in Gaza. And it's just so scary that, you know, I feel like I'm not being represented. I feel like I'm crying out to like empty space, and I do not see my representatives talking about this. I see a lot of suppression in the media. And I just really, really want to call for de-escalation and ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. And, you know, hope that the people that I voted for would actually come back and help me and not just kind of profit off just because of policy or political stances and things like that. I think I also speak for a lot of like younger people.
Next up is Yoshra, followed by Serena.
Hi, I am an Arab, and so I've been through the experience of George Bush's administration and the absolute annihilation of Iraq and Afghanistan following 9/11. And to be honest, Arabs and Muslims have voted Democrat in droves because we see that this is not a warmongering party. However, when our president stands up in front of the whole world and says that they support dropping bombs on innocent civilians, where over 50% of the population is children, and that anyone who opposes this is anti-Semitic, it feels like a great betrayal by the Democratic Party. And it makes us feel that we do not want to vote Democrat after this. How could we go to sleep? How could we eat? How could we live our lives in the pit of my stomach? I feel absolutely disgusted that a single cent of my taxpayer money is going towards bombs that say Woodward on them, that are made in America. This is unconscionable, and we can't afford to stand around debating whether or not we should be using this language or that language. It's time for a ceasefire, and it's disappointing that the Democrats will not stand up for this.
Next up is Serene, sorry.
Hi. We're here gathering with heavy hearts, deeply troubled because of the genocide that's happening in Gaza in front of our eyes, and is funded with our tax dollars. More than 7,500 Palestinians have been slaughtered in the past few weeks. About 2,500 of them are children, and roughly 1,200 were babies and infants. More than 17,000 severely injured. Over the last few weeks, our social media has been flooded with Zionist propaganda that was filled with lies. We're seeing hundreds of videos of dead Palestinian babies left and right. We're tired of seeing decapitated children and babies. We're tired of seeing mothers mourning their children. It's hypocritical that Zionists are becoming what they once hated. They are the Nazis of our time. As our late President JFK said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution invadable. Please put this resolution back to the agenda. Save and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is NK.
Hi, my name is Nora Corey, and I'm a resident of Oakland. And I'm just here to say that when you do not speak up and out against this genocide, you're directly complicit, especially as Democrats. Your leaders have literally sent bombs and weapons, as they know our families in your district are being decimated off of the map in entirety. There is no solution that can come from this. They want to push Palestinians into the Sinai. They are openly calling for genocide, and this is what you are contributing to when you put aside this. There's no time. We don't have 75 years. We are currently being in the West Bank. It's just as bad. Settlers with US guns are descending on villages, burning them down, taking them over.
Thank you for your comments.
Palestinian prisoners.
Next up is Joshua Ochoa.
Hi, everyone. I'll try to talk quickly. First, I hope you charter Pueblo Unido Democratic Club. I'm excited to start up this organization with a lot of other Latine leaders in the city. Second, please do also vote in support of the resolution regarding closing schools. We need to make sure that our community schools, our public schools are supported and funded rather than closed and torn apart, and marginalized communities need to be represented in the classroom. And then third, again, not to echo everyone else who's been speaking about the Palestine and Israel war that is happening in the genocide. I hope and expect that this will be brought up in the next month. I know it's too late to add it back to the agenda now, but it definitely needs to happen. We need to be able to fight for peace, and we need to be able to be safe in Gaza, because cutting off water and electricity and food is a human rights violation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Brandy.
Hi, my name is Brandy Markman. Just want to echo Joshua's comments about the resolution, very much necessary. I'm calling to speak about specifically about Resolution 7, the resolution to save public schools from closure or consolidation. A study from the National Education Policy Center found that closing schools has a negative impact on student academic and mental health, and quite frankly and bluntly, closing schools feels like a cruel kick in the pants to our San Francisco public school children who have been failed by our local, state, and national politicians who failed to fund their schools. Closing schools is supposed to save money derived from reducing personnel. However, closures have not historically resulted in the savings predicted. In many cases, costs have been underestimated. Districts must pay for closed school site maintenance or demolition and moving services. Linda Darling Hanlon, who is a Newsom appointee, says it takes a lot of effort to open and shut schools down. Those sources could be used for improvement. We do know about strategies other than school closures that work. We all have a moral duty to protect children from school closures. Please support this resolution, and to the resolution sponsors, I'm grateful for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Susan Pfeiffer.
Let me unmute. Good evening, Democrats. I may be disappointing that I'm not going to be speaking on the resolution. I think there's enough being said on both sides, and I will not weigh in on that. But I do want to remind everyone, including those who are representing a San Francisco supervisor or a state senator or assembly person, that November 1st is the beginning of open enrollment for Cover California. You all know I'm an enrollment counselor, and I have sent an email out to every supervisor with language to include in upcoming newsletters. Today, I received newsletters from 2 of them, which I presume are for November, even though they're coming out in late October. Nothing was mentioned in those, so I'm going to have to call again. Please, if you work for a supervisor or a state senator or assembly person, I can send you language. Please let people know open enrollment is starting November 1st. That is really important. Lastly, while we've been meeting, I don't know if most of you have had access to a television, but there's an active shooter, a horrific situation in Maine, 22 people dead, 50 to 60 injured, and they are looking for the guy. So something else is going on in this country around gun violence, and we need to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Barry.
Hi, good evening. This is Barry, Toronto. I know a lot of you from other organizations and other walks of life, and some of you have been in my taxi cab. I want to first say there's a no-brainer to pass resolution number 9 regarding the Redstone building. Every time I drive by that, I feel a spiritual uplift because of all the good work that's come out of that building. And I have been a volunteer organizations in there, so please pass it. The other issue is I'm glad that you pulled the item number 11, because there are some very key words in there. One of them is occupied. Not all of that land in which there are Jewish people living were occupied. Jewish people have a long history with the city of Jerusalem. The thing is, it almost feels like you want to promote anti-Semitism by the strong words in the resolution. I am very disheartened about how Hamas has helped create this situation, and it's horrible that so many Palestinians are being killed as part of this situation. What should Israel do to protect itself? How about that peace?
Next up is Jeffrey Kwong. We will move on to Gloria.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I stand in solidarity with the disappointment of the resolution being pulled, and it is a really urgent situation. But I'm also here to talk tonight in support of the school closure resolution. This is coming down the pipe. Our city has seen an exodus of the working class. Enrollment has dropped. This does not excuse school closures. I want to point out the white paper that UESF put out there. If people haven't read it, they should. This was cited very closely to the civil grand jury report. The mismanagement at the top levels of SF Unified will be toting a narrative that we're just going to need to close these schools. I worked for SF Unified for 25 years. One of my schools that I worked at closed. It decimated in the Western Addition, right by City Hall, John Sweat, which was nearly 100 years old. 6 months later, Treasure Island was closed. And I fielded many of those Treasure Island kids at the school that I then went to work at, Spring Valley Elementary, the oldest school in the city, which is probably on the slate to close.
Next up is Andrea, followed by Rick. Go ahead, Andrea.
Thank you. The people of San Francisco opposed the war in Vietnam in 1970. We opposed the war in Iraq in 2004. The people of San Francisco did not support Western colonialism then, and we do not support it now. We are not going to let the media, Washington, D.C., and the Zionist lobby gaslight us into thinking the oppressor is oppressed. Palestinians today have suffered all their life under Israeli apartheid. We reject the Islamophobic rhetoric that Muslim resistance is terrorism, and we will not be silenced by accusations of anti-Semitism. The Israeli offensive has no regard for civilian lives and is committing atrocities in Palestine. Even those of their own, taken as prisoners of war and held in Gaza, are not considered as Israel indiscriminately bombs civilian homes, churches, schools, and hospitals. So what is this really all about? And please note that there are an estimated 600 American citizens stuck in Gaza. This means we are all just one plane ride away from our lives not mattering either in this genocidal expansion of Western imperialism. Please reconsider the resolution.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Rick.
Hello, friends. My name is Rick Hauptman. I was an elected member of this committee about 30 years ago. In 1988, I was one of the Jewish founders of Prop W, which was for a two-state solution. I worked with dozens and dozens of Palestinians and Arabs here in San Francisco. However, tonight I'm speaking to you as a Jew. Nobody has mentioned the 265 young people at a peace festival in the desert. And most of these young Israelis are pro-Palestinian, as I am, and anti-Bibi Netanyahu, as I have been for decades. However, the resolution seemed to make it equal. October 7th was the most horrible day I've seen in my life. And this pro-Palestinian Jewish boy from Brooklyn, who will be 77, thank you. Bye-bye.
Next up is Lilia. Lilia, go ahead. We'll move on to Sophia. Oh,
Hi, wait, can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm here today as a community member to call for a resolution for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Israel has imposed an illegal land, air, and sea blockade on Gaza, which impacts 2.3 million Palestinian people. The Israeli army regularly launches bombs against Gaza to prevent, and since October 7th, thousands of Palestinians in Gaza have been killed and displaced. Blood is on your hands as the city of San Francisco provides funding for Israel to facilitate their continued genocide in Gaza. And a Palestinian dies every 15 minutes. They need action now. They cannot wait for you guys to figure out your semantics. Do your job as representatives. The people of San Francisco have tirelessly protested on the streets and demand an end to genocide. And we demand for this resolution to be put back up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Sophia.
Thank you. I'm here to express my anger and disappointment that item 11, the resolution for ceasefire, will not be voted on tonight. As a Jewish person, I've also been intimidated and bullied the last 2 weeks by people who would rather prefer me to be silent on this issue, but I refuse to have my history and identity weaponized to justify the ongoing oppression of Palestinians. Even as I worry about my own family in Israel, I refuse to have my tax dollars fund this ongoing genocide to the benefit of Western powers and arms manufacturers. If I can stand up to my own parents, who are more important to me than anyone in this world, then you can stand up to the forces from Washington, D.C. that are silencing you. With innocent people dying every minute, the stakes of waiting are just too high. Don't let wrongful accusations of anti-Semitism silence you. The time is now to be courageous and do the right thing. Reinstate and pass this resolution as soon as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to go to Jeffrey Kwong. Jeffrey, could you unmute?
Sorry about that. My name is Jeffrey Kwong. I'm the president of the Harvey Milk LGBTQ Democratic Club. I am here to speak on items number 6 and 7 on the public education resolutions. I'm a public school educator. I deeply care about what is happening at the SFUSD. I'm a graduate of SFUSD. First, the ELL learner services that are under threat, and now school closures, especially after COVID, is very concerning. I remember first week of ed school learning that the school is the center of a student's community. That's where they start engaging with social services, learning about civic engagement, building neighborhood, learning about businesses that surround them. Closing schools, especially in the midst of return from COVID, will be devastating for so many students, especially when we talk about racial inequities, when we talk about English language learners, immigrant students. I went to Commodore Stockton, now Gordon J. Lau in Chinatown. The school is crucial to making sure that our working families stay in San Francisco, that they continue to thrive in San Francisco. So I speak in support of both resolutions 6 and 7. And I thank the commissioners that have introduced those resolutions for speaking out for public education. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Hala.
Hi, my name is Hala Ahmed. I'm a San Francisco resident. I'm joining regarding the resolution that was taken off the agenda for a ceasefire in Gaza. I want to thank from my heart the supervisors who showed the bravery and urgency that this issue deserves, that over 2,000 children in the past 2 weeks who've died deserve, for owning the voice that we have as taxpayers and you have as leaders. We must urgently bring the resolution back to vote. Silence on genocide amid anti-Muslim racism and rhetoric. Excusing this war has caused harm to Muslim communities across this country. My sister's community in Bridgeville, Illinois, where Wadia Al-Fayoum is now buried at 6 years old, was put at risk because people are so afraid to call out genocide for what it is. It is so powerful that Barbara Lee was present for this meeting, because Barbara Lee was the one brave person post 9/11 that was viciously attacked for her position against the war in Afghanistan. And all she did was not vote against Afghanistan, but a bill.
Next up is Elliot.
I live in Mission Bay, and I have voted in every San Francisco election since I was able to vote. And I've even voted for some of you. You know, it broke my heart to hear Mr. Avalos having to apologize for bringing up a resolution about peace. I'm here to express my disappointment that the ceasefire resolution has been pulled. But as a Jewish American, I also want to express my disgust at the JCRC and the Raoul Wallenberg Democratic Club for cynically utilizing fear and promoting Islamophobia in their tactics to rile up their base. Shame on them. But let me tell you, I'm way more threatened by the censorship happening around questioning the genocide in Gaza than I am about anti-Semitism. If the San Francisco Democrats aren't able to bring this issue, this resolution up for a vote, then shame on you too.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Ishan.
Thank you, Executive Director Garcia. Before I begin, I must apologize for the time I will take from the important discussion of the Israel-Palestine conflict. My name is Ishan Bhattacharya. I'm now a senior in high school, and in 2019, I led the student team for the SFDCCC's initiative to modernize the middle school curriculum. Examining the system I grew up in revealed large gaps in educational opportunity. I remember how some of my friends would seem dejected talking about teachers who were not specially trained to support their language needs. Listening to my friends' stories is what moved me to found a student-led organization last year, and we supported English learners through a tutoring program and a multicultural book drive. Now, our first step as the Young Dems for Educational Equity will be to pass a resolution outlining a broader plan for the SFUSD. With the district's release from the Lau consent decree, it is crucial that we act now. Having already established a connection with the Board of Education, we will spend the next 2 months listening to community stakeholders to directly include those we are aiming to support in the process of drafting the resolution. Gaining DCCC endorsement of our organization will undoubtedly highlight the importance of our mission to the board and allow for further community engagement, such as collaboration with the other Democratic clubs. I appreciate your consideration of our organization for club charting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Mustafa.
You're kind of brutal on the mute button, so I'll make this quick. I want to thank Mr. Avalos and Mr. Galata for their kind words, but unfortunately, they do not do enough. Mr. Avalos, the reason you felt it necessary to put this on the agenda last minute is because of how dire the situation is. A child is killed every 15 minutes, as in incinerated or blown up. If this is delayed for 1 day, that is 100 children's lives that are lost. 2 days, 3 days, a month, you can do the math. There is no time for deliberation. You have your responsibility to use your power and voice for good. We have to ask ourselves if we truly believe that all lives matter or only some lives. If it is true that all lives are sanctified, then a call for a ceasefire is a no-brainer. If, however, we believe that some lives are more important than others, that is the definition of bigotry. And I would like to think that as a society, we are better than that. The California Democratic Party, particularly in San Francisco, has always been on the leading edge. And I ask you all to please be on the leading edge. All of our hearts are breaking. You can see it. And I ask you to please put it back on the agenda and vote on it. Thank you.
Next up is Hiba, followed by Ali.
I'd like to ask that the resolution for the ceasefire be put back on the agenda. It's appalling that it wasn't put on today and it was pulled, and that, you know, there's no time for this. People are dying every 15 minutes, as the previous person just said. And, you know, there's no time for us to deliberate over wording. There's a genocide happening right now in an apartheid state, and we are paying our tax dollars towards it. And we should not be doing this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Ali.
SFDCCC resident. To be honest, if we actually care about either people, Israelis or Palestinians, we can't continue the 100 years of denying Palestinian national rights, the 75 years of ethnic cleansing, stealing Palestinian homes, including the homes of two of my grandparents, and destroying their villages, and the ongoing 16-year medieval siege in Gaza. That's innocent deaths of Palestinians and Israelis. We have to change the context for everyone, but instead we're cheering on genocide, arming Israel as they cut off electricity and water and bomb the people their defense minister described as, quote, human animals. Instead, we need to support ceasefire, realize the Palestinians we've oppressed for generations and the children that we are killing right now are our equals. Otherwise, more will die in Gaza, and of course, there'll be more chaos for everybody in the world too, sadly. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Aya.
Hi, I just wanted to say that the fact that the problem is over the word occupation is ridiculous in and of itself. Israel's mere ability to stop food, water, and medical aid is the definition of occupation. How can that even be considered to be changed? What is it then, friendship? While Zionists have some funding, they're not where the votes for the Democratic Party come from. When President Biden came in, we thought we could finally put racism aside, but now he's actually funding a racist genocide instead of providing shelter to the homeless here where we need it. He's creating homelessness on an entirely other continent. How can you tell the families of the people who died tonight that the reason we let them die is because we didn't prioritize their lives over the language? That is peak racism. The entitlement that it takes to do that, the absolute entitlement of caring more about a word than the lives of children is insane. We are waiting for a correction of this. I wish it could be done tonight. If there's any way, please consider doing so. And if you don't fix it for the sake of your humanity, then at least consider fixing it for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Dima.
Good evening, warmongers, which is what you will be if you do not reinstate and vote for the ceasefire resolution. My name is Dima, an SF resident, and I am a queer Palestinian American, and I am extremely disappointed in the SFDCC's complicity in genocide and apartheid. Silence is violence. 700 Palestinians were killed last night, majority children. There are 170 child prisoners being held by Israel. I urge you to be on the right side of history and vote for a ceasefire. Israel is committing war crimes. This is a collective punishment. You are being complicit in starving thousands of people. I refuse to let my tax dollars kill my own people. Vote for a ceasefire. There is no excuse. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Joshua, followed by Jan.
Hi, my name is Joshua Gilstein. I live here in the Mission. I want to thank the committee for withdrawing the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Southwest Asia, Israel, Palestine. As written, the resolution was factually inaccurate, inflammatory, and not representative of the views of Democrats in San Francisco like myself. For example, this resolution decided to start the history of the Jewish people in the 20th century and falsely equivocate Hamas's brutal actions of kidnapping and butchering Israelis with the Israeli government's response to their terrorism. It was deeply offensive to me as a Jewish San Franciscan, where I fear the rising tide of anti-Semitism. Just last night, Jewish-owned business Smitten Ice Cream was vandalized and tagged with pro-Palestinian graffiti. I imagine this is not the last we'll see of anti-Israel and anti-Semitic resolutions, and I urge the committee to express opposition on any resolution that does not recognize Israel's right to exist and Israel's right to defend itself and keep the Jewish people safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Samer, followed by, apologies, Jan, followed by Samer.
Good evening. Regarding the resolution, thank God you received enough blowback that you pulled it off the agenda. A committee member said a few minutes ago that he'd, quote, already had enough pain in his life, and he wants to come together on what happened on 11/7 and try to see things from different perspectives or from all sides. In light of the deliberate murder, mutilation, rape, and burning of innocent Israeli women, children, babies, and the elderly by Hamas, which they bragged about in real time online to the cheers of countless Palestinians on the street, it's outrageous that anyone tonight would refer to their own pain. To paraphrase an ex-governor, quote, there is no all sides to the discussion to be had when you're talking about a cowardly terrorist attack which caused the greatest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. We need to all unequivocally condemn exactly what it is, anti-Semitism and pure evil. Please keep this in mind if you think of opening your mouths about this subject again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Samer.
Hi, I had prepared statement, but I feel the need to respond to that absurd characterization of the fact that Israel is clearly, by the mouths of its own leaders, committing ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and that is something that we need to address directly. And I really applaud your courage for bringing this forward, and I really hope you support this resolution. Anti-Semitism is real. It is a virus, and it is something that needs to be stamped out. But you do not fight hate with hate. We do not solve conflicts with more war. Dead babies accomplishes nothing. Killing 700 people every day accomplishes nothing. And every day that we wait is a day that hundreds of people die. We can do better than this. We are all better than this. And every life deserves value. And that sort of demonization is unacceptable in modern society, absolutely unacceptable. And I applaud your courage in bringing this resolution back, and I really hope you do it soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Susan George.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Susan George, and I am a Jew, and I am part Native Hawaiian. I am here to thank you for pulling this resolution that is historically unjust. It is oversimplified. It contains gross misinformation and disinformation. Hamas is to blame for this. I do not want any civilian deaths, Palestinian, Israelis. It is an abomination that civilians are dying. In this war, Hamas is to blame. And I'm going to read something. This is a phone clip that's available online. And it was one of the people that murdered 10 people in Israel. It was recorded on the person's line when he was calling his parents in Gaza. He tells his father that he is calling from a Jewish woman's phone. The phone recorded the call. He tells his father that his son is now a hero.
Thank you for your comments.
I killed 10 Jews.
Next is Imad, followed by Colleen. Imad, if you're there.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today to reflect on a deeply saddening conflict in Palestine. And the innocent lives that are being lost in Palestine is unimaginable.
Can we check if he's still there? Maybe we can go on to the next person.
We'll bring him back, yeah. We'll go on to Colleen and then Sian.
Hi, thanks for accepting my hand raise. My name is Colleen. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I live in the Outer Sunset. My mom is a refugee of the Vietnam War. My dad also served in the U.S. Air Force during the Iraq War. So I have the blood of the colonizer and the colonized in me. And so I'm also disappointed in the removal of the Resolution 11. It's extremely disappointing. I echo everything everybody has said already, so I won't repeat why that is disappointing. And I hope that if there's any chance that you can make a decision on that tonight, I would support that. And I hope that you find it in yourselves to not be threatened by propaganda, and that you actually follow your intuition and your gut, because I think many of you know what your intuition is saying about what is right, but feel intimidated and pressured by what pro-Israeli government folks are pressuring you to do. So I just
comments. Next up is Sian Dowling.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kian Dowling. Before I begin, I must apologize for the time I will take from the important discussion of Israel-Palestine conflict. I'm a high school senior and the Secretary of Young Democrats for Educational Equity. I attended Chloe Lilienthal, an SFUSD elementary and middle school with a diverse student population. In high school, I've found that one of my most rewarding experiences has been supporting first-generation students from diverse backgrounds through my work for Charity Cultural Service Center, a nonprofit organization striving for educational equity. Through teaching them over the summer and tutoring them throughout the year, I, as a student, realized that I could take action to further support these students. In an effort to advocate for many of these students and others in the district, the Young Dems for Educational Equity are dedicated to raising awareness of the issues that English language learners face and urging the Board of Education to devote additional resources, as described by Ishan earlier, to ensuring the future success of our community. Thank you for reviewing our club's proposal, and we look forward to bringing forth our community-focused resolution in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Kendall, followed by Donna, and then Fatima.
Hello, my name is Kendall Grajeda, and I'm calling to speak my support for Palestinian liberation, and I demand that you take immediate action, take immediate steps to de-escalate by calling a ceasefire right now. Do not turn your back on these people. Do not allow this cycle of violent settler colonialism to continue. Stand up in support of Palestinian liberation as they are being ethnically cleansed and martyred. Our collective oppression is tied, as is our liberation. You are cowards for not taking this resolution seriously and for taking it off, and for continuing to be complicit in genocide. There is blood on your hands every second you do not act. Any more military funding to Israel will further fuel violence by actively arming the Israeli government. This is a genocide. There is no debate. There is no comparison of weapons or levels of violence. You must take action now to stop Israel's genocide against Palestinian people in Gaza and end all U.S. complicity in Israelis' violence. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Donna.
Hi, my name is Donna Fatuhi, and I also agree that it's unbelievable that you have pulled such a crucial resolution as ceasefire now during this time, especially over something such as language of occupation. So since you want to focus on language, I will as well. During the opening comments of this meeting, Member Galota, you said we're in the 19th day of this war. I would like to clarify that this language is already dangerous. A war is not taking place. A complete siege and attack on Palestinians is taking place. A genocide is taking place. So let us call it what it is. When has it ever been called a war? When an occupying army can halt electricity and water, can cut off public aid, can bomb hospitals without a demand for an international investigation. And so, yeah, it is a one-sided, murderous, brutal attack. And it is through a ceasefire that we will protect thousands of lives. I beg that you bring this resolution back and that you demand with your whole heart you advocate for us. And if you do not bring it back, then you have failed this city.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Fatima.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fatima. I am an Egyptian, Greek, and Polish individual. I am not a Palestinian. I am deeply disheartened to hear that because of the language of the proposed item, we are taking it off from a potential vote tonight. Like everyone has said, lots of lives are being lost. I urge you guys to go and dig deep into your guys' hearts. Even though some might say that politicians don't have hearts, you can't. It's a tough place to be in to utilize your heart. But I know you guys all have it. And I want you guys to just think about your own families. If this was our president going into another country, which we are doing so by going hand in hand with Israel and killing these innocent babies, whether their parents asked for Hamas to support them as their militant and fight for freedom, that is not the kids' fault. And I just urge you guys to please think about the children and asking for a ceasefire. Thank you.
We're going to go back to Imad. Imad, if you're available.
Yeah, sorry about that earlier.
Go for it.
Yeah, okay. So I was just saying, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather to reflect on a deeply saddening and ongoing conflict in Palestine and the loss of innocent lives on both sides. We shall stand with peace and it saddens our heart to, we can't even comprehend like the amount of lives, people losing families all across. And we just want to show support and send you guys a message that should pass R1 for yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now move on to Eva, followed by Trevor, and then Aaron.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ava, and I'm a high school senior and a member of the Young Democrats for Educational Equity. Before I begin, I must apologize for the time I'll take from the important discussion of the Israel-Palestine conflict. I attended Daniel Webster Elementary School and Hoover Middle School, two of several demographically diverse schools in the SFDCCC system. Last year, in the tutoring program and book drive effort that our organization initiated, I saw a positive impact that specialized support can have on the academic success of students from disadvantaged circumstances, which are circumstances that I've experienced myself during my educational career. And I found that after carefully coordinating the tutoring program, it was super special and rewarding experience to see how the students were able to progress given the right support. And I know that our organization is committed to furthering this kind of support, and your endorsement would strongly boost our impact, while adding to the diverse range of issues advocated for by Democratic clubs. So thanks for considering our club chartering proposal.
Thank you for your comments. Move on to Trevor.
Hello all, my name is Trevor and I'm a senior in high school and also treasurer of the Young Democrats for Educational Equity. Before again, I must also apologize for the time it will take from this important discussion of the Israel-Palestine conflict. I come from Hispanic and Asian heritage and have had friends and classmates from many different backgrounds, including English learners over the years. The richness of the backgrounds, perspectives, and languages that the SF community brings deserves to be celebrated, and the potential of the next generation can be maximized through the allocation of resources and programs that are tailored to their needs. Through my volunteer work through Breakthrough Summer Ridge, a nonprofit organization that supports first-generation students, I saw how proper support allowed students to thrive. Our organization hopes to amplify this type of support through our club and future resolution, and the party's chartering of our organization would be invaluable. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Aaron. I think it's Ari.
Good evening. My name is Ari. I'm a Jewish Bay Area resident and I support an immediate ceasefire. Escalation, ghettoization, and genocide are deeply against Jewish values, and we cannot tolerate or support it for another minute. Our Jewish grief must no longer be weaponized to oppress Palestine. Thank you.
Your comments. Next up is Luke, followed by Dan, and then Ziv. Go ahead, Luke. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Doherty. I'm a senior at San Francisco University High School and vice president of Young Dems for Educational Equity. Before I begin, like my colleagues have said, I must apologize for the time it will take from the important discussion of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Since graduating from a public middle school, I've delved into the world of educational equity over the past few years through an independent study research project examining the socioeconomic causes of education inequity in the Bay Area. I was inspired by my findings in the research process to volunteer and work at enrichment programs across the Bay. This has ranged from tutoring English learners in reading at the San Francisco Public Library to teaching humanities to under-resourced middle school students during the summer, many of which being first-generation students with non-English speaking parents. From my interactions with these kids and the extra assistance that they often need, I recognize the educational gap that unfortunately exists for those who are not only disadvantaged, but who also need additional language support. So I'd like to stress the importance of the future resolution described by our founder, Ishan, and how your official chartering of our organization would not only amplify our mission, but also enhance the impact we hope to have on the students that we aim to help. Thank you guys for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Dan, followed by Ziv.
Good evening. I want to thank the committee for pulling the resolution in item 11 that repeats false narratives, which have fed hatred and violence against Jews around the world. The resolution effectively blames the victims for the October 7th Hamas attack, in which over 1,400 people, including infants, children, and the elderly, were either executed or kidnapped. Some were savagely tortured or raped. The resolution calls for an immediate ceasefire, which, according to the White House, would only benefit Hamas. Hamas is an anti-gay, anti-woman, genocidal terrorist organization that has no regard for human life, including for civilians in Gaza. The resolution also questions the legitimacy of the Jewish people's claim to Israel as their indigenous homeland, when in fact Jews have continuously inhabited Israel for over 3,000 years. To imply otherwise simply feeds anti-Semitism. Thank you for pulling this resolution, which only serves to hurt the Jewish community here in San Francisco and around the world. The Democratic Party is better than this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Ziv.
Hi, hello, folks. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Ziv. I live in San Francisco for the last 10 years. I'm a US citizen. I'm born and raised in a kibbutz, 3 kilometers from the Gaza Strip. My family still live there. Actually, they don't because they had to relocate. I am, all for peace. I'm left on my view. I do support the two-state resolution, but Israel is in a point where it has to protect herself against terror. And as like a US citizen who believe in freedom, we cannot let terror rise up, and we have to do everything we need to do to eradicate Hamas. Now, I would love to, maybe follow with a different resolution to help the Palestinians that have to be relocated and find a solution for them as a temporary solution. So we can clean up Hamas from the Gaza Strip and let the Palestinians live without any terror that dominate their life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Miriam, followed by Hal and Mohammed.
Hi, my name is Aya. I am 8 years old. I just want to ask, how many children have to die before the world opens their eyes to see what is happening is wrong and to speak up against it without being afraid?
And this is Aya's mom. And I just want to say, I want to thank Mr. Alvaro because you were strong enough and you were brave enough to speak up. And you don't need to apologize for anything. For doing what's right, you don't need to apologize for it. This is not about figuring out what language to use. This is about stopping the killing of many innocent lives. This stopping a genocide it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter what religion you're from, what part of the country you're from. Stopping the genocide is the humane thing to do. No one should be dying for any reason. And we were so proud of Richmond and so proud to be in the Bay Area that Richmond was spearheading the right thing to do and being on the right part of history, that we were so proud of San Francisco following suit. And now I can't tell you how disappointed. I mean, these are young children and they're so disappointed to see that their own city wasn't able to stand up for what's right. Do you want to look into the history books in the future and ask yourself, what part did I play in what's in the genocide of innocent people? Ask yourselves, what part do you want to be in?
Next up is Hal, followed by Mohammed.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to pay my respects to my Palestinian and anti-Zionist Jewish comrades and join them in saying that I'm very disappointed y'all dropped item 11 from the agenda. This is a life or death situation for 2.2 million people trapped in Gaza, and about 6,000 of them have already been murdered. You can't play both sides when it comes to ethnic cleansing, which has been going on for 75 years, long before Hamas was even dreamt up. Like there is no wording that would satisfy racist Zionist opinions that do not value and will never value Palestinian lives. So I'm angry that you bowed to this pressure from Zionist extremists. So I support a resolution for ceasefire now, and I support a free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Mohammed.
Hi, my name is Mohammed, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just have something to share with you, which is pretty strange for me. I never faced it before. My 8 years old was writing a letter to the dead kids of Palestine, 8 years old, who absolutely doesn't understand politics, what's happening in that region. And every day we are seeing some atrocities, and I'm standing for humanity here. Like you're seeing babies being killed, innocent people who doesn't have things to defend themselves. They are being crushed under the rubble. Is that the American values that we stand for? This is not what our Constitution or American values stand for. I mean, it's pretty strange to even say that, we stand with those type of people who are endorsing and justifying the killing of those people who are helpless. They are not even fighting with right people. These are innocent people. They don't know how to defend themselves.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll go to Nida, followed by Fadi.
My name is Nida Bajwa. I'm a family medicine physician at San Francisco General Hospital. I'm joined here with 10 other healthcare workers, physicians who work at the General Hospital, where we care for our city's most underserved people. We are disappointed that Resolution 11 was removed from the agenda, and we call on Honey Mahogany to put Resolution 11 back on the agenda or call a special meeting to vote on this resolution. We cannot wait another month. We cannot even wait another day. We don't have the money or resources here to care for our own city's patients. We don't have resources to provide them the care that they need and deserve, but we have money to bomb thousands of people in Palestine. I am here to say that supporting Palestine is a health equity issue. It's a public health issue, and it's a humanitarian issue. We cannot be silent as we witness attacks on hospitals, rescue missions, healthcare workers on our tax dollars, NICUs running on generators, physicians performing surgeries without anesthesias in the hallways and on the streets, human flesh burned with illegal white phosphorus on our your tax dollars. Yesterday morning, a Gaza medic declared the complete collapse of the healthcare system in hospitals in the Gaza Strip. You have no choice. We have no choice but to call for a ceasefire.
Next up is Fadi, followed by Maury, and then Dina. I don't see Fadi, so we'll go to Maury.
Yes, my name is Maury Schwartz. I'm a 42-year resident of San Francisco. I am a Jew and I've been a Jew for longer than 42 years, all of my life, which is 71. I am also a former member of your August organization. I was secretary of the San Francisco Democratic Party a while ago. So I know some of the things you're going through. I want to thank you, John Avalos, for removing this item off the ballot. And I've watched your face through all of these testimonies. I think what you've understood from the feedback you've been given is that things are not black and white, or it's not even black. I mean, just things are not simple. Obviously, we know that people are dying. I am not a fan of Bibi Netanyahu. I have never been a fan of his. I don't like his right-wing government, and I don't like a lot of the things that are going on. However, this particular resolution is full of inaccuracies and it's very hurtful. I want peace.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Fadi, followed by Dina, and then Diego.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
go ahead.
I just invite everyone to take a deep breath and exhale. I just like to remind the group here that in the time that we've had this discussion, 10 children have been killed. So every 15 minutes, a child dies in Gaza. And I am a San Francisco resident. If it were the case that there was an active shooter in one of our schools where one of our students that has been on this call finds themselves, there's no way I would support us bombing that school. Similarly, we need to stop the bombing in Gaza. Even if we just slow it down, we need to stop the killing. This is largely symbolic at this point. How can you not show solidarity with innocent children being killed, and men and women and queer people like myself who owns a business in the Castro, which is under attack? We're called terrorists. And all we're trying to do is help the community. And we are in a space that was previously a Jewish space.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Dina.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you. I'm a resident of San Francisco, and like many others, I would like to express my disappointment for the tabling of Resolution 11 from the agenda. Violence only begets more violence. Some assert that Hamas started this on October 7th, but that denies the truth of the systematic violence via occupation, apartheid, and accelerating genocide of Palestinians enduring on a daily basis that has been recognized by not only genocide scholars, academics, but also various international human rights organizations, including ones that are Israeli, like B'Tselem. As I mentioned before, violence only begets more violence. And so I must ask, how many Palestinian deaths will satisfy you? Indiscriminate bombing and racist rhetoric from the Israeli government shows a clear objective, and that is genocide. I want to use my remaining time to bring attention to a family member that I have who is a US citizen who is stuck in Gaza. Her name is Nawal Ghalayini. She is 80 years old. She, like many others, were ordered to flee for her life by the Israeli government from the north of the Gaza Strip to the south, where it's been demonstrated is also not safe. Attempts to leave through the Rafah crossing have failed, as it has been repeatedly been bombed by Israel. We are in our third week.
Next up is Diego, followed by Matt, and then Mary.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to thank you all for giving us the space to speak on this topic. And I just wanted to say that with removing item 11 was a mistake. Arguing over semantics is ridiculous. What's happening in Gaza at this moment is horrifying. It's affecting our communities directly. It's affecting the San Francisco community directly. As a Jewish person previously said, it's going to start affecting the community, businesses. There will be protests. There will be continued voices rising up against the horrible genocide that is happening in Gaza at this time. Again, semantics one of you said that this was a war. This is not a war. This has been happening for 75 years. It is an occupation, and there's nothing that can be said against that. This is a continued occupation that must end. So we please call for a ceasefire now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Now we'll go to Matt.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I appreciate you pulling the resolution. The last speaker said that it's not a war. If it's not a war, how is Hamas still shooting rockets at Israel? The Jews are the original indigenous people of Israel. They've been there for over 3,000 years. They've consistently been victimized and brutalized. The rage here is misdirected. The rage should be directed at Hamas. If people want a ceasefire, people should call for Hamas to change its charter. Hamas is very clear. It supports destroying all Jews and destroying the state of Israel. In the words of Yasmin Mohammed, who's the author of Unveiled, How Western Liberals Empower Radical Islam, quote, "How can you be aligning with a group of people that claims that even the earth itself hates Jewish people? Hamas hopes and predicts that a day will come when even rocks and trees will call out, 'Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew behind me, come kill him.' This is directly in their charter. Have you read their charter? So if they come onto Israeli lands and brutalize Jews.
Next up is Mary, followed by Ron, and then Basan.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to thank you guys for putting the resolution out. I am really disheartened that it's been removed. I know it's a very difficult time, and doing the right thing is not always easy. We need a ceasefire for both sides. I have friends on both sides, and they're both suffering. And we need to stop arguing about the semantics and start nitpicking. We're blessed. We live in an area where we have food, we have water, we have shelter. Palestinians don't have that, and Israelis are in underground trying to protect themselves from bombs. No one's winning. Violence only begets violence. We need to use our words. We need to come together. We are brothers and sisters in humanity. If we're not in faith, we are in humanity. I have a business in San Francisco, and the money that's being used instead of dropping bombs, we could be using in San Francisco. I have had.
Next up is Ron, followed by Basan, and then Francisco.
Hi.
Go ahead, Ron.
Hi. There's a lot of misinformation and propaganda being said. So first, Jews, like my family, have been in Israel and surrounding countries for the last 3,500 years. We are indigenous to the land of Israel. In fact, the majority of Jews living right now in Israel are either Sephardic or indigenous Jews, around 52 to 54%. And let's not forget that Jesus of Nazareth was from Nazareth in the Galilee, and he lived and died as a Jew in Israel. The proposed resolution excuses the brutality of the terrorists who murdered, raped, beheaded, kidnapped innocent Israelis and Americans. Approving such a resolution would be a moral stain on this committee. Hamas apologists should be expelled from any elected position for aligning themselves with terrorist organization. Hamas has no interest in peace and only has one stated goal: the elimination of the state of Israel and killing all Jews. If you want to say free Palestine from Hamas. I want it to be clear, this resolution is not only anti-Semitic, it takes aim at the values of the entire Western world. We shouldn't be having this debate.
Next is Basan, followed by Francisco. Basan, if you can unmute. We'll move on to Francisco.
Buenas noches, Francisco Herrera here. Two things. One is to support the charter for Pueblo Unido Democratic Club. Effective microphone for the most vulnerable of Latino folks here in San Francisco. So please support that. And saying Israel does it have the right to defend itself is the same question as asking, does Palestine have a right to defend itself? Violence only leads us to more violence. Support us, bring back that resolution, ceasefire right now. We are all siblings, and Palestinians are Semitic people. I don't know why people continue to ignore that Palestinians are Semitic people. So Israeli killing 2,000 Palestinian children, is that an anti-Semitic act itself? Thank you very much. Please bring back the resolution, vote for it today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Giselia.
Hi, yes, it's Gisela. I want to first commend the young people coming on here and taking part in our democracy, and to people coming on here equating Zionism with Judaism. That is anti-Semitic. Your support of the racist settler colonial occupying government of Israel is anti-Semitic. Ethnic cleansing does not lead to moral hygiene. Considering the amount of people coming on here in support of a ceasefire, I find it really hard to believe that we can't get behind a resolution for a ceasefire now. I mean, this is absurd. People are dying, children are being killed, and it's funded by our tax dollars. We're sitting here debating the language of a ceasefire. We can say fuck Hamas all we want, but we have to come to terms with the fact that Hamas exists because of the violence at the hands of the settler colonial government of Israel funded by the United States. It starts with a ceasefire. Stop the genocide, free Palestine. Thank you. Oh, I see you nodding your head. Thank you. You want to go next? Go ahead.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Kareem.
Hi. I'm really disappointed that you take off the resolution. What's going on in Gaza is very horrible, and this is the least thing that we can do, is just calling for ceasefire. It's regardless of what Hamas did. Israel today is not punishing Hamas, it's punishing innocent people. Among the 6,000 people that killed so far, I doubt that there's any fighter from Hamas that get attacked. As American Muslim and Palestinian, I never felt underrepresented by the Democratic Party. This is not what we vote for you guys to do. Our president, even although or despite that this genocide has been going on for the last 18 days, he's so blindly sided with one side of sided with Israel, and this is not the president that we vote for. And I'm really disappointed with the democracy of Democratic Party.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Bex.
I am a Jewish CCSF student and the grandchild of a man who fled Nazi-occupied Amsterdam. I do not feel safe in a city which does not deem the lives of Palestinians to be worthy of protection, because the struggles of all oppressed peoples are interconnected and none of us are free until Palestine is free. I refuse to let the voices of those who lack a shred of empathy drown out the voices of those crying out for justice and human rights. To bend to such censorship would be undemocratic and would constitute a failure to represent the countless residents who have a heart and a moral compass. We will remember who stayed silent in the face of unimaginable atrocity, and we will not forget come election day. Please be courageous and take this opportunity to be true leaders. Be on the right side of history. Fight the scourge of Islamophobia, xenophobia, and racism that is the undeniable source of the opposition you faced. My people have a saying, whoever saves a single life saves an entire universe. Imagine how many universes we could save. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go back to Basan. If you could unmute.
Hi, my name is Bisan. I'm an American Palestinian who has friends and family who lives in the West Bank. My mom had got her 2 master's degrees in nursing from UC San Francisco back in the 80s. She decided to go back to Palestine to volunteer, and she stayed there, and all my family still lives there. I was born and raised in Jerusalem. I actually add my voice to everybody who spoke before me, asking for a pass for resolution 11. I would like to add also that asking for ceasefire and stop killing of civilians and more than 2,500 children and condemning the genocide does not mean that we are against Jews. It only saves civilians from the Israeli government. Many Jews are against the apartheid and the concentration camp in Gaza that has been happening for more than 15 years now. I would like to add that as a lot of people are asking for the hostages to come back, and I appreciate that, but I would like to add.
Next up is Debbie, followed by Rosina, and then Micah.
Hello, my name is Debbie Cohn. I'm a Jew with family in Israel. I'm a mom and a grandma who raised my family in Lakeside over the last 40 years. I've heard so much talk of human suffering on this call, but so little outrage about Hamas, whose primary mandate is the death of all Jews, as witnessed by the massacre on October 7th, where babies, disabled, grandparents, peace activists were brutally murdered. I spoke with families of hostages today who are desperately waiting to hear where their loved ones are. And I ask you to use your voices to bring the hostages home. Please bring the hostages home and speak out against the brutal outrage of Hamas against the Jews and the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Rosina, followed by Micah, and then Matthew.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here to support resolution 11. So Mr. John Avalos and others, please work towards it. Please bring it back to the table. Just like someone has already said, if you are not gonna do it for morality, please do it for votes, because I'm not gonna vote for Dems anymore. Biden came to power with our votes, and he is lying again and again. He's supporting this genocide. Stopping this genocide does not mean you are anti-Jew. These are two different things. Any person, this is like basic common sense. This is genocide. Please stop this genocide. Please support this ceasefire, and please bring this agenda back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Micah, followed by Matthew, and then Manav. Go ahead, Micah.
Hello, I'm here to support a ceasefire resolution as soon as possible. My name is Micah Bazant. I'm a Jewish American. My father is a Holocaust survivor. My entire extended family was murdered in concentration camps like Gaza. A genocide just like the one Israel is committing against the Palestinian people right now. I'm heartbroken and disgusted that this genocide is being funded and championed by the US government and the Democratic Party. It is not anti-Semitic to call for ceasefire. Apartheid and genocide are not Jewish values. Organizations like the Jewish Community Relations Council are racist bullies, and they do not speak for me or tens of thousands of other Jewish voters. Please follow the example of the city of Richmond and be on the right side of history.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Matthew B, followed by Anna, and Susan, and Noah. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hi, I'm a Sephardic Jewish American, Oakland resident and educator, here to ask that you stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza and adopt the resolution for an immediate ceasefire. This is an incredibly important time for every government entity and body in the US to speak out against a clear and now extremely well-documented case of genocide against Palestinians. Please don't be scared off by the Jewish Community Relations Council, which claims to be the largest collective voice for Jews across the Bay Area. However, they promote the Zionist agenda, equating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. They use their over $5 million annual budget to subsidize propaganda trips to Zionist Israel, in which a number of elected officials around the Bay Area have participated. This is part of how they build support for Zionist Israel and its campaign of ethnic cleansing and genocide on Palestinians. Zionism is an overwhelmingly right-wing and deeply racist ideology which seeks to maintain a majority Jewish state by any means necessary. Declarations of solidarity with the Palestinian people, demanding an end to the occupation, and calls for an immediate ceasefire are not to be equated with anti-Semitism. Zionism makes us all less safe, and the genocidal actions of Israel are only inflaming tensions and hatred directed toward Jews.
Next up is Anna, followed by Noha, then Hina and Steve. Go ahead, Anna.
Hello, my name is Anna Zeiger, and I'm a Bay Area Jew, and I'm joining all who have already spoken tonight to call on each of you to work to pass the resolution calling for a ceasefire immediately. All of our liberation is intertwined with Palestinian liberation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Noha.
Hi, everyone. My name is Noha, and I would like to thank Mr. Avalos and everyone who worked on the resolution for ceasefire in Gaza, and also echo everyone who said that I'm disappointed in the delay in voting on this resolution, as the situation is extremely urgent and time here equals lives. I am half Jewish and half Arab. My best friend is Jewish, and I really want people to see me. I want people to hear me, and thank you for giving me this minute. But I want to say that calling for a ceasefire is not anti-Jewish. It's not anti-Jews. It's not anti-Semitic. Dr. Gabor Mate, who's a Jewish physician, he says that Arabs and Jews are cousins, and I wholeheartedly believe that. My best friend is Jewish, and we really need to get this message out that Jews and Arabs are not enemies. We can work together. We can create peace. I felt compelled to join today, even though I have a serious medical condition and I'm extremely sick and I have no energy to be here, but I just could not stay away. I had to voice this concern.
Next is Hina, followed by Steve, and then Sonia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Saad Qureshi. I'm calling with my wife, Hina, here. We're calling in support for a ceasefire that was supposed to be discussed tonight, and I'm extremely disappointed that it's not a priority for the members of this committee. As a Muslim American, I'm horrified by Israel's ongoing bombardment of the people of Gaza and ongoing Islamophobia in this country since 9/11. Israel's attack on Gaza are genocide and collective punishment of civilians. These are war crimes under international law. 2.2 million people live in the Gaza Strip, and half of them are children. In the past 2 weeks, Israel has bombed the Gaza Strip indiscriminately, killing over 5,000 Palestinian children and civilians to date. Churches, mosques, hospitals, schools, evacuation routes, and residential buildings have all been demolished. Nowhere is safe for people in Gaza. The US must lead and set the example for the rest of the world, and it's disappointing to see the rest of the world stand in support for innocent people in Gaza, whereas our own president has turned a blind eye. The poor souls that have departed this world deserve justice, and we must stand for Palestinians if we stand for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists killed innocent civilians, raped women, mutilated children, burned babies, took hostages, and then proudly gloated over these atrocities online. Even the Nazis tried to keep their atrocities secret. Israel handed Gaza over to Hamas years ago, and Hamas uses every penny they have to build weapons and hide them beneath hospitals and schools. There are still hostages in Gaza, including Americans. What should Israel do? Tell Hamas to do what they please with these hostages? If Hamas has no electricity, how can they still fire rockets? Come on. Israel needs to take down Hamas, as does the US. Not Palestinians, but Hamas is putting Palestinian children in harm's way. They're hiding their rockets in schools and hospitals, mosques. Hamas needs to be stopped. After 9/11, did the US provide water and electricity to...
Next up is Sonia, followed by Susan, and then Jennifer.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. I'm immensely disappointed with the removal of Resolution 11. I'm here to demand a ceasefire. We all have blood on our hands. Our hearts and our minds can't take it anymore. The deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular ethnic group with the aim of destroying that group defines genocide by the textbook. Look it up. Where is our humanity? Every 15 minutes, a Palestinian is murdered in Gaza. Those who can't be pulled from under the rubble, if we're still alive, are dying slowly under concrete. They have no food, they have no water, no electricity. NICU babies have had the plug pulled on them due to the occupying state. Is this what we stand for? San Francisco, of all places, is where we support and show love to everyone as they are for who they are. Why do Palestinian lives not matter? Where is our humanity now? How are we not screaming for a ceasefire? I beg all of you to ask this question to yourselves tonight as you rest your heads on pillows under your shelter in the warmth of your blankets. Why are we not screaming for a ceasefire? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Susan.
Hi, I'm a fourth generation Jewish San Francisco native, and I'm heartbroken and horrified at both Hamas's attacks and Israel's murderous response to the people of Gaza. Two wrongs do not make a right. That's what my daddy said. Jewish lives and Palestinian lives are of equal value. Continuing this revenge will only make the future worse for all involved. Being critical of Israel is not anti-Semitic, just as my criticism of President Biden is not anti-American. The U.S. government must use its influence with Israel to demand a ceasefire and to agree to negotiations. I support the Democratic Party's San Francisco Democratic blah, 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 for being on the right side of history and taking a stand against ethnic cleansing and apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Jennifer.
My name is Jennifer. I am a Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jewish resident of San Francisco. My Mizrahi father fought in the Six-Day War. Much of my beloved family live in Israel, Palestine, and I have several family members who are in the IDF right now. I mourn the 260 Israelis killed October 7th. I mourn the more than 5,000 Palestinians killed already in Gaza. I hold that grief as I call on you urgently to agenda and pass the ceasefire resolution. Fellow Jews, please stop invisibilizing our rich 5,784-year history by pretending that a 75-year-old white and Jewish supremacist nation not aligned with Jewish values represents Jewishness. I am angry and ashamed that dominant Jewish organizations are pressuring against this resolution. Shame on those who question our Jewishness because we call for a ceasefire. It is my Jewish identity and values that require me to speak up now. I beg you to show up, this body, in courage and moral clarity to agenda and pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Kate Sim. Go to Carr, followed by Shaza, and then Faraz. Go ahead, Carr.
Thank you. My question for you is, would any of you switch places with a Palestinian in Palestine right now? And I assure you, the answer is no, because you know how much suffering Palestinians go through. I am a queer Palestinian in San Francisco, and I'm asking you to pass the resolution for immediate ceasefire as soon as possible. I have family in the occupied West Bank right now. My family is indigenous to Palestine and some of the first Christians. Palestine has always been a place of many people, and Zionists want to change that. Do not let suppressed Zionist trauma, fear, and racism censor you into allowing the genocide of Palestinians. Bullying and hate crimes are on the rise in America. Calling for a ceasefire sets a symbolic precedent that our community cares about Arabs and Jewish people here in San Francisco. It is about safety. And I would also like to say the resolution 8 looks very interesting, and I would like a transgender awareness week. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Shaza, followed by Faraz, and then Tanya.
Yes, are you hearing me, guys?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. As a Muslim, I'm against the Holocaust 100%, and it was almost 2 million Jews got killed, and how many? And how about more than 5 million Palestine get killed since 1948? And what is the world should call that? And I give all the condolences to the 1,400 Jewish died, the Israeli died, and also I give all the condolences to more than 5 million Palestinians died since 1948. I'm calling for ceasefire, and I'm thanking every Jewish person fair justice to support the ceasefire. And I wish all the Americans have a wonderful Halloween, and 50,000 Palestinian people staying in one hospital as a shelter. And this is horrible. 50,000 people staying in one school because their houses got bombed. I feel so sorry for the 14 Israeli died, but also
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Faraz, followed by Tanya, then Abo. Sorry, go ahead, Faraz.
Thank you for having me again. I was on here earlier, and my biggest thing is right now is that I don't want to be silenced. What I need everyone to understand is, what does it feel like to be human? And I can tell you from my experiences being a Palestinian, I've had years, decades of having to explain myself and having to express why I deserve to live, why I deserve to exist. I urge you to vote for a ceasefire. I'm tired of having our family being bombed. I'm tired of having my people being bombed. I can't hear them. I can't see them. I can't listen to them. I want them to live. And I feel like I have to defend myself every single.
Next up is Tanya, followed by Alaya, sorry. Go ahead, Tanya.
Hello, all. My name is Tanya, and I am a first-generation Palestinian American born and raised in San Francisco, have voted Democrat since I was able to vote at the age of 18, an Oakland homeowner, and I paid boatloads of taxes, and I'm completely ashamed that my money is going towards the killing of innocent children and people. Also, I've always been very proud to be living in the Bay Area. We are the birthplace and home of many activists and many revolutionaries like the Black Panther Party. And I'm totally ashamed and disgusted by the fact that we removed this resolution for an immediate ceasefire, as it is mandatory with this immense humanitarian crisis. And I thought the Bay Area would be the first ones up and making moves to make sure that this humanitarian crisis ends. But, you know, it's very, very disappointing. And I'm calling for an immediate ceasefire. You guys are our leaders. We count on you to be our voices. And you have to think about the legacy you are leaving behind and what you are teaching.
Comments. Next up is Alia.
Hi, I'm on behalf of the ceasefire. Our tax dollars is paid by money that we make, and every single cent that you pay is going towards killing children in Palestine. Right now, as we're talking, people are being killed, and they're treated like animals. They don't have food, water, or shelter, and more than half of these people that are being killed are children. They have no hospital, no help, no supporters, and it is like a second Holocaust happening right now. If you do not speak about it, and if you do not cease fire soon, it'll turn into another Holocaust and maybe another war. They are recreating the Holocaust, and it is disgusting that this even has to be discussed since people are being killed and it's not up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is, we'll go to, sorry, Hadley, followed by Emma, and then George.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm echoing the statements of those before me. They have said things much more eloquently. I will be brief. I urge the San Francisco Democratic Party to bring back Resolution 11. Palestinians are dying by the hundreds every day, and we need to support an immediate ceasefire. It is not anti-Semitic to make the Israeli government stop killing people who did not participate in the events of October 7th. I understand October 7th was very difficult, and I want to respect that, but the response to that has been out of control. And I beg of you, as those with even an iota of power, to reconsider Resolution 11 and prevent further genocide. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll go to Emma.
Good evening. My name is Emma Lanier. I was born and raised in San Francisco. I'm absolutely furious that Resolution 11 sponsors are facing local and national backlash from the Democratic Party. A ceasefire is not anti-Semitic, period. Let us not conflate a nation state with a religious belief system. We need our local electeds to represent us and demand a ceasefire now. Thank you, Supervisor Avalos and Representative Lee, for being brave.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to George and then Reem. Go ahead, George.
Hello, my name is George Mata. I'm a doctor here in San Francisco. I'm a Catholic Lebanese queer San Franciscan whose extended family was affected in the Israeli bombing of a church in Gaza. I support a ceasefire now, and I'm disappointed that Resolution 11 was removed. Last night, I watched a video by UN journalist Motaza Zeiza of a child whose legs were blown off, still alive, half of his face incinerated, screaming in agony. He later died after hours of torture. How is it not obvious to be against these actions? This is not a war on Hamas. As Daniel Hagari, Israeli army spokesman, said, the focus is on destruction, not accuracy. The rhetoric about civilians supposedly not being involved is absolutely untrue, said the president of Israel. How dare you not consider the context of the situation, the systemic violence of apartheid on Palestinians for decades, for 75 years? I refuse to have my tax dollars funding the murder of Palestinian lives and ongoing genocide of Palestinians. Thank you.
Your comments. We'll go to Reem and then Jeremy and then Presley. Go ahead, Reem.
Thank you. I've been a San Francisco resident for 16 years, and I appreciate you bringing this resolution forward, and I'm very disappointed in the removal. I ask that you bring it back on the agenda as soon as possible. Israel has bombed Gaza City with more than 12,000 tons of explosives, which is equivalent to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. The hospitals have collapsed. Babies on incubators are dying. Children are being operated on by cell phone flashlights with no anesthesia. There's no clean water, no food, no fuel. This is dire. This is genocide. It's ethnic cleansing. And that's not even to address the 75 years of oppressive occupation and siege Israel has placed on the Palestinians every day. The force of silencing and oppression is strong. I feel it myself every day as a Palestinian American, but I ask you to be brave, to follow your heart, and to stand up and be on the right side of history. We pride ourselves as a city on standing up for the oppressed, for the rejected, and for the ones who cannot defend themselves. Let's make sure that we continue these values and vote and approve this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to Jeremy and then Presley and followed by Robin. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Cool. Thank you, Chairmember Garcia, members of the DCCC. My name is Jeremy Mack. I'm a San Francisco resident, also proudly Jewish American. I am equally, as many other people said before, upset with the polling of the ceasefire resolve. I am really curious to know why it was pulled. I see that it was pulled from lack of votes, but is it because of a lack of desire to see a ceasefire in Gaza? In which case I'd be very sad to know members of this body are warmongering. And if not, is it for references within the semantics of the language of the bill itself? I believe that, language around occupation and apartheid are, although conflictual language, has been shown to very clearly that both are true within the state of Israel and Palestine, as well as the fact of indigeneity, that there are many different indigenous peoples to the land of Palestine and Israel, including Druze, Druids, Jews, and Arabs. So I urge you to pass, and thank you so much for taking this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Presley.
Hi, thank you. This is my first time speaking at a public forum like this. My name is Presley. I currently live in Oakland, but I've lived in or worked in San Francisco for the past 12 years. I'm very disappointed in the Resolution 11 being removed from the agenda. I'm urging you to put it back on the agenda. Like many others on this call, I'm a Jewish American, and as a Jewish person, I'm here to say that it is not anti-Semitic to oppose Israel and its occupation and horrible acts that it's committed in Gaza over the past 2 or 3 weeks. As a Democrat, I feel really disappointed in the Democratic Party, and someone who has voted in every election since I was 18 years old, small and big elections. I just feel like our voices are not being heard, and we are not being represented as Democrats in supporting Israel and this war, which is not a war. And I agree with everyone else on this call that I've heard that ceasefire is the absolute bare minimum.
Go to Robin next. Go ahead, Robin Stone. We'll go to Seth Morrison.
Hi, I'm Seth Morrison. I am also Jewish and a lifelong Democrat. And so many of my siblings, both Palestinian and Jewish, have talked about how important this resolution is. So rather than echo their words, I'm going to plead with you as Democrats who care about our party. Our party is losing votes. I personally, who have never voted for a Republican, signed a petition that I cannot vote for Biden. Excuse me. The party is going to lose. Trump is going to be president because of the votes to support Israel, to kill kids. It is time to stand up as human beings and as Democrats to show our values and not only stop the fighting, but not ever give another dollar to Israel that's just going to be used for arms to kill more Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Yaron, followed by Nabila, and then Sharif, and then Thomas. Go ahead, Yaron.
Thank you. I'm a decade-long resident of San Francisco and regular voter in DCCC elections. Thank you for withdrawing the so-called ceasefire resolution. I feel the pain of Palestinians who have suffered in the conflict and have lost loved ones. But the resolution is unjust, just and full of misinformation. For instance, it calls my family, which has lived in the Middle East for as long as we can remember, settlers. Where else can they call home? Where will they not be settlers? It's precisely this delegitimization of Jews in the Middle East that has led to our ethnic cleansing throughout the Arab world, and that inspires the cycle of violence as exemplified by the rape, slaughter, and kidnapping of over 1,000 Israelis. The only just way to stop the violence in Gaza is for Hamas to return the hostages and surrender the leadership responsible. Indeed, I'll remind the DCCC that a ceasefire was operational when Hamas committed its heinous acts. Please resubmit a ceasefire resolution that does not delegitimize Jews in the Middle East and calls for Hamas to.
Next up is Nabila, followed by Sharif.
Thank you for everyone here being here tonight. Palestinians have been undergoing an ethnic cleansing for the past 75 years. This is not something that has started recently. 500 Palestinians were killed before October 7th. This is not a war, this is a genocide. Hospitals are being shut down. There is no water, there is no food, there's going to be widespread disease. 2,000 children have been killed. So we need to bring this resolution back to the agenda. We need to vote for a ceasefire. We need to stand for basic humanity, for basic rights. This is not a religious issue. This is an issue of just simply of being a human and supporting a good versus an evil. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Sharif, followed by Thomas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, first, I want to thank Mr. Avalos for this. Second, I will not talk about the genocide itself. I want to talk about the removal of the Resolution 11. We have been talking, you have been hearing the public comments since more than 2 hours. I'm not sure why lack of votes. Like, who are you representing? You have been hearing people since more than 2 hours. Almost everyone is supporting Resolution 11. Everyone is expressing his disappointment of removal the Resolution 11. I argue you to stand up and call for special meeting to discuss this and vote for it. Not wait for 1 extra month. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to Thomas, followed by Concerned Citizen, and then Robin. Go ahead, Thomas.
Thank you very much. I want to express my disappointment in the removal of Resolution 11. As many people here have said, there are many reasons why you need to immediately bring this back into your committees. You represent the people and you need to speak with your humanity. It is unrealistic to think that our tax dollars should be going into this violence upon people. And it is ludicrous for me to see some of the faces on this board as human beings speak from their hearts. It is so appalling to see the racism in people's eye rolls. And I want to implore all of those of you that are fighting the racism embedded in this board. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. And I suggest that some of you do your work and fix your white fragility and the white fragility of why this resolution was taken off in the first place. Thank you very much.
Go next to Concerned Citizen, followed by Robin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I grew up in the city, went to elementary school at Sherman, and went to Herbert Hoover and lived all throughout the city. I am appalled by some of these messages and also the eye rolls. Safety, protection, freedom, hope, justice, equality, basic human rights, the right to live. That's what this resolution is fighting for. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is what this great nation was built for. This is why we came to America. So why can't we support those that want the same? Are they not human? Are they not human? Thank you for drawing up this resolution, for opening your eyes to the truth and allowing the voices and cries of those in Palestine, Gaza, and all the ones that are oppressed to have some say. Thank you for raising the flag for humanity when other leaders stand on the sidelines in blindness or fear. Do not wait any longer, please. No two things will ever make a right. When you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. That is Alexander Hamilton. Let us stop the funding of evil and the war machine.
Next up is Robin. We'll go to Vina and then Nuzhat. Go ahead, Vina.
Hi, my name is Vina Bansal. I was an eviction defense attorney in San Francisco, and I want to just say that I stand in solidarity with everyone who has stated that they would like this resolution to be back on the agenda. I think it's shameful, cowardly, and insulting that people who are grieving and traumatized and are expending enough of their time and energy trying to navigate their daily lives have to come on here and ask you guys to do your jobs. And when you guys received political backlash, there's nothing controversial about what you guys wrote. There's nothing harmful about it, and there's nothing inflammatory about it. In fact, the resolution doesn't even state that it was a genocide, which literal genocide experts have stated, they've determined that this is what this is. So like everyone else has been saying, or almost everyone, please do your jobs. Please don't make people waste more of their time while they're trying to navigate their personal lives and make some semblance of the situation. Thank you.
Your comments. Next up is Newshot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I've actually written something, so I'm going to have to read and be off the video, but thank you so much for this opportunity. So my name is Nuzat, and I'm a proud American. I'm a Muslim, British, Indian American citizen, and a mother of 2 girls born in the city of San Francisco. I have been a registered nurse for 16 years and worked in various parts of the Bay Area. I understand the value of life, just like all healthcare professionals do. We work very, very hard to save lives. As we watch 6,000 plus murdered today, hospitals get bombed, more orphans created in this world. As a healthcare worker, this infuriates me that we have failed as a humanity in our moral obligation to care for the sick, whilst we create another million more displaced homeless families in the world. Every life holds equal weight. We have a moral obligation to protect all our children and babies of the future generation, regardless of their race.
We'll now go to Stephanie, followed by AB. If you can unmute.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I am an educator. And first, I would like to applaud the students who came on today to speak, asking to be chartered. And with that, I would like to applaud the students of San Francisco who have been some of the most courageous, most outspoken people calling for a ceasefire in Palestine. As representatives of not only San Francisco, but of the Democratic Party in general, it is absolutely a disappointment to see you all continue the Islamophobia that has defined US politics for the better part of my life. It is absolutely craven that we are having this conversation on the day that Biden himself has been denying the number of Palestinian lives that have been lost. Nobody denies the fact that Hamas committed atrocities, but a ceasefire is the bare minimum when it comes to Palestinians who have been undergoing an occupation and apartheid for the better part of 75 years. I ask that you be as brave as the students of San Francisco and the Bay.
Next is AB.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Abby. I work in San Francisco and I love this city. And I want to reassure you that it is extremely morally coherent to condemn Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and stand with Palestine. Being anti-Zionist is not being anti-Semitic. And as an anti-Zionist Jew, I frankly feel more supported by this resolution than I do by my own parents. Somehow this country can't find money for anything, but we have found $114 billion for bombs, white phosphorus, and continued violence. I call on you to return the ceasefire resolution to the agenda, and I want to thank those who've been on camera as people share their trauma. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Lily. Go ahead, Lily.
Hi, my name is Lily, and I'm a member of the San Francisco Jewish community. I lived in Tel Aviv and have many loved ones living in Israel right now. The last few weeks have been absolutely horrifying to witness Hamas's terror from afar. The Jewish community is grieving, and on top of it, we are seeing a steady rise in anti-Semitism, including on this call. Hamas is a terrorist organization responsible for 1,400 Israeli casualties, beheaded babies, kidnapped children, women who were brutally raped, and elderly who were taken from their beds. Hamas does not want peace. Hamas does not want a ceasefire. Hamas does not care about the civilians in Gaza. They are hiding behind them underneath. They are hiding behind and underneath them as human shields, preventing them from migrating south and misfiring their own rockets, causing their own civilian casualties. This war is what they wanted. Until the Israeli hostages are released, Israel has the right to defend itself and do everything in its power to bring the hostages home. I hope this is the end and no other such resolutions will be introduced at future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to me, Adobo, followed by Holly, then Karen, and then Virginia. Go ahead, me. We'll move on to Holly.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Holly Thier. I actually served on the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee for many years. I want to let you know that I marched with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta and the United Farm Workers. I marched with Local 21. I want to let you know that this resolution is very divisive. I actually went to Gaza, to the West Bank, and I met with Palestinian leaders, and all they talked about was peace. Then I went to Kfar Aza, and I met with a leader there who held a rocket in her hand that was fired by Hamas. All she talked about was peace. The resolution is divisive. I want to thank you very much for taking it off the agenda tonight. And I want to let you know that what the Palestinian people and what the Israelis want is peace. So if you do anything, please do a resolution for peace. Don't get involved in one side or the other. And thank you.
We'll move on to Karen, followed by Matthew. Go ahead, Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen Fleshman, and I oppose closing schools, support Pueblo Unido and Harriet Tubman clubs, and support a ceasefire. I oppose racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all forms of oppression. Israel doesn't have an exit strategy. What will be accomplished by a genocide? Without a ceasefire, we are entering into a forever war that will spread throughout the region. 66% of Americans oppose invading Gaza. And I agree with the speaker who said if Biden supports Israel's invasion of Gaza, Trump will be elected president. The way to stop the violence is to pursue a ceasefire and de-escalate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Go ahead, Matthew.
There is no way that in this environment, most Jews are going to feel comfortable coming forward. But for my part, I want to extend to as many Jews and allies who might be listening that we are the Raoul Wallenberg Club. I'm on their executive board. We're the oldest Jewish club in San Francisco. I know it's hard to speak up when you feel buried under an avalanche of blood libels and lies and the madness of crowds, but we've endured worse. We are Jews. If this applies to you, reach out. Your voice is needed. That said, it's not a genocide when people of Israel fight to remove the entrenched power of a genocidal death cult, seeking with all its purpose to destroy not just the state, but the Jews in it. And they're trying to start a larger regional war. Israel cannot tolerate a terrorist org trying to drag it off the cliff into an existential war for survival with all of its neighbors. This is a threat that is a simple categorical imperative. It has to be removed. There's no choice. The path was dictated and chosen by Hamas on October 7th with over 1,400 dead. There can be no peace and no ceasefire until Hamas has been completely removed. In this slaughter, they have shown themselves to be an ontological evil, no different than ISIS or Nazis. Not only do I reject the call for a ceasefire, but I demand this can be recognized, not the right of self.
Next is me, followed by Namia. Go ahead, me. I'll go ahead to Namia. Apologies.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say that can someone please get Lynn a cup of tea She's looking so uncomfortable anytime anyone asks for humanity for Palestinians. And then Lynn, if you need like a referral to an eye doctor for the eye rolls, I can totally get that for you. I urge you guys to please support the resolution calling for a ceasefire. I have family in Gaza. They've lost their homes. So thank you for standing up for humanity.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to me, if you're available.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Atad Jondi, and I'm in 8th grade, and I'm a Palestinian Muslim American. I just think this is outrageous how you guys aren't disappointed about how this is like insane, and it's insanity. It's barbaric. These people are going to seek refuge into hospitals, and they were bombing them, and some people have the nerve to side with them. I support immediate ceasefire, and I support Palestine so much. And I know that even if I don't know the politics, I know that this is still wrong. And Mrs. Werbach, I think it's disappointing that you are like one of the main people here, and you're signing with you're like showing expressions when you aren't really supposed to, and you're rolling your eyes. I just think that's not professional at all. So ceasefire, I support the immediate ceasefire, free Palestine.
Thank you for your comments. We will go to Imelda, followed by Amira. Go ahead, Imelda.
Oh, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Imelda. First, I'm calling in support of the chartering of Pueblo Unido. Through my years as a San Francisco resident, I've seen a lack of importance placed on Latina communities year after year by this party. I've learned that some of our biggest advocates come from the community that is often left out of decision-making meetings. There's a big need for Latinx Club that looks to nurture our own leaders because they carry our voices, and it's only right that we're fairly represented in all aspects of life. I support the charting of Pueblo Unido because I support the empowering of Latinx communities. Also, I want to express my disappointment in removing Resolution 11, which I'm sure was difficult for those who brought it forward and signed on. This is prioritizing people who feel uncomfortable with the language of the resolution at the cost of Palestinian lives. We are seeing a complete genocide of peoples, and we are funding it. By not speaking out, we make those powers that are silencing so many even more powerful. I encourage all members to speak out and prioritize the resolution to ceasefire. Peace comes with liberation of all people. Viva Palestina.
We'll go to Amira.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amira. I'm an Egyptian American, and I'm here to demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Our tax dollars should not be used to support the colonizing and occupying state of Israel, a fascist state that commits genocides, apartheid, and unlawful confiscating of lands, and the displacement of the indigenous people of Palestine. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be EC, followed by Virginia, then Sarah, then Nader. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I want to start by saying that all people deserve access to clean air and water to feel safe walking around in their neighborhood. This includes all people and especially the people and children of Gaza. We've seen too many pictures of decapitated babies and babies being tortured by illegal phosphorus bombs that the US allows Israel to use. They disabled their hospitals, so if the bomb doesn't kill the child, the child suffers and suffers and suffers till it dies. What would you do? What would you do if that was one of your children? Open your eyes and find your heart, the heart you should have, and ask for an immediate ceasefire. We shouldn't postpone this vote any longer. We should immediately decide on whether to vote or not, and we should vote for a ceasefire immediately. Thank you.
For your comments. Next, we'll go to let's go to Jessica, followed by NS.
Good evening, thank you. I want to say thank you for withdrawing the resolution item number 11 this evening. And I truly hope that this resolution does not come back in other meetings, and I'll tell you why. I have been, let me start with, on the morning of October 7th, I woke up to pictures of my family members in bomb shelters. I then had to explain to my children why their grandparent was sitting in a bomb shelter all day. I then had to explain to my children why their friends' families were had injured youth and family members and friends all in Israel. And so it pains me that we continue to think that.
Thank you for your comments. Next is NS, followed by Emma. Go ahead, NS.
I'm having a hard time understanding why some are against a resolution that asks people to stop killing other people. We're being shown what's happening in Gaza. This isn't theoretical. Palestinians are human beings. Please don't dehumanize them for political purposes. This is not an October 7th issue or a Hamas issue. Hamas isn't in the West Bank, and Israelis have murdered over 100 Palestinians in the West Bank since October 7th. It's been 75 years. Palestinians are the largest stateless population. Entire bloodlines have been killed off by Israel. Please don't be pressured into standing with the party line of I stand with Israel. I ask you to stand with humanity. Stand by never again. Never again is not just a slogan. It means do something to make it stop. It's easy to continue with the status quo, but please use your leadership. Don't take the easy way out. Have moral courage, maintain a sound heart, stand against the tyranny of Israel, and stand with the oppressed. These are people. It actually matters. Genocide isn't just a word. Make it stop.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll go to Emma, followed by Amy.
Hi, I'm born and raised in the Bay Area and a current resident of Oakland, and I'm proud to be from the Bay Area since Richmond passed a ceasefire resolution yesterday and members of this party drafted resolution 11. But as many have said, this is extremely time sensitive. Hundreds of people are dying every single day as you decide how to word this resolution. To delay this resolution is to care for the feelings of free people over the lives of an occupied people, Palestinian people. Please think about that. I do think this will haunt all of you morally and personally, but also it will hurt the Democratic Party as the whole world is seeing genocide being carried out with our tax dollars and our representatives doing nothing. Free Palestine.
Your comments. Next up is Amy.
My name is Sarah on my wife Amy's account. I'm a Jewish San Franciscan doctor. I was born and raised here. And the Holocaust, I have to say, the Holocaust has taught us to say never again. But never again means never again for everyone. Israel is a country founded on deep trauma. But Israel, both in its founding and its action since, has perpetrated the very same traumas that we Jews have experienced: the Holocaust, the ghettos, pogroms, in the Nakba, in the creation of an open-air prison in Gaza, in decades of indiscriminate bombing campaigns, and the unfolding of genocide. And yes, it is genocide before our eyes. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. The fact that we have to say that over and over again is absurd. The fact that we have to qualify that we are Palestinian or that we are Jewish and that should mean something, that should be necessary in order to stand against genocide and stand against murder is absurd. we need to call for a ceasefire. It's the bare minimum we can do. The fact that we're debating it is reprehensible. Thank you.
Your comments. Well, next we'll go to Ozma. Go ahead. We'll move on to Yolanda, followed by Sadia. Go ahead, Ozma.
Sorry, is it my turn or is it Osman's turn?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Sadia Shamim. I would just like to thank the people, Dr. and Mr. Alves, who actually brought up the resolution. I'm very disappointed that it was not presented tonight and that it had to be withdrawn. A ceasefire is the bare minimum to help mitigate an terrible, terrible humanitarian crisis and disaster that is being on there. We are seeing that the hospitals are being destroyed. They literally don't have any fuel. They have no way to operate. They're operating without anesthesia. They're little babies. There needs to be humanity in this. If you don't believe us, the Democratic Party has always stood up for rights. And to see them cower is so upsetting, especially since the San Francisco one was so forward thinking. I mean, if you don't believe us, don't believe what Nelson Mandela wrote, what Desmond Tutu wrote, what Jimmy Carter wrote. How about what the UN secretary is saying right now? That is what's so important. Dehumanizing Palestinians cannot keep going on. This is unfair and it's unjust. And this is not what the Democratic Party stands for. I've always voted Democrat, but I'm deeply disappointed with this. We understand that there's...
We'll go back to
Hi, sis.
Ozma. Yeah.
Sorry, I have to speak up. I'm sorry. I would like to, through Madam Chair Mahogany, can we actually ask Member Lean to refrain from making face and rolling her eyes? She is a proxy of Member Mendelman. I think it's really important that we respect all speakers. I know this is a very challenging moment, but I think it's important for us to restrain ourselves and really respect all speakers. And I apologize for interfering.
Thank you, Member Banez.
Continue with Asma. Okay, we will move on to Mimi, followed by Amine, and then Hani. Go ahead, Mimi.
Hi, I am very disappointed that the committee caved to pressure and took this resolution off the agenda today. I speak to you with a heavy, broken heart. For the last 2.5 weeks, I've laid my head down on my pillow at night with survivor's guilt, that I have shelter, a full stomach, I'm not thirsty, I'm not cold, and I have electricity. I have guilt that I have freedom of movement, that I possess the most basic fundamental human rights that every human deserves, including the indigenous Palestinian people. I stand firmly that we should not stand for genocide. Genocide has no place in our world. Ethnic cleansing has no place in our world. Forced expulsion of Palestinians has no place in our world. No more apartheid, no more walls, no more checkpoints, no more unequal application of the law. Every 15 minutes we sit here and ask if we should stand against genocide. A child in Palestine and Gaza dies. This is unacceptable. Enough is enough.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Amine.
Assalamu alaikum. You can hear me, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I greet you with the Islamic greeting of peace. There's a verse in our holy book that reads, killing one human being is like killing all of humanity. So anyone killing innocent human beings in the name of Islam is only lying and using it as a political weapon. Islam stands for peace and harmony with all our human family. This proposed solution invites us to acknowledge each other's humanity, to stand up for universal human rights, the right to life, liberty, and justice for all. A resolution that stands to save lives cannot be purposefully mislabeled as being anti-Semitic. This is an invitation to reach into our hearts, find compassion for innocent lives that are being lost in droves, and to say no to killing anymore. It should not be this hard to say no to the killing of innocent lives. I trust that everyone here is aware of the 75-year-old history of this atrocity. If you are not, please educate yourselves. Gabor Mate, Normal Finkelstein, these are prominent names that you can
Thank you for your comments.
listen.
We'll move on to Ron, followed by Robin.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I skipped you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi. I'm a UCSF researcher, and I'm calling to demand immediate ceasefire. I'm ashamed of my tax money to support carpet bombing, collective punishment, and killing of innocent civilians by Israel. It is not anti-Semitic to support peace. Let's stand against genocide. Let's stand on the right side of the history. Please bring Resolution 11 back to the city agenda. We don't have time. There are 600 innocent people being killed every day. Please stop this genocide.
Thank you for your comments.
Excuse me, you called my name, Yolanda Williams, and then you haven't called me back.
Go ahead.
Yes, I also agree that we are witnessing a humanitarian crisis, so I agree with the other speakers. But I also want to say I support the Harriet Tubman Democratic Club. We need a voice for Black Americans, specifically San Franciscans, who are in need of their voices to be heard regarding the injustices, the socioeconomic issues, and the blatant racial disparities, and also the anti-Blackness. So I hope that you will support the chartering of this new Democratic Club so that we too can be part of the political process. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue on with Ron, followed by Robin, then Ray, then Mousa. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you. There's a lot of words being thrown out. Genocide. In 1948, there were around 700 Arabs in Israel. Today, there are around 5.3 million Palestinians and Israeli Arabs. Apparently, Israel has been doing a horrible job in performing ethnic cleansing. People mentioning apartheid. 20% of Israel's citizens are Israeli Arabs. They are 20% of the Israeli parliament. They're in the Supreme Court. They're doctors, they're nurses working in hospitals. They're going to universities for free. They're on the board of major banks. So I don't really understand. Some of them serve in the army if they want to. 80% of people in Jordan are Palestinians and they have no rights there. So who's the apartheid state? Colonialism? It's a revisionist history. Jews are the indigenous to the land of Israel. Every land survey from the 1800s shows that there were barely any Arabs there. In 1867, Mark Twain made a visit to the land of Israel. Please read what he wrote. He wrote about how empty and there were no one was there. Other than Jerusalem, only were Jews there. How do you expect Israel?
Next, go to Robin.
Thanks. My name is Robin Stone. I'm speaking tonight in a personal capacity and concerned San Franciscan Jew with family in Israel. Frankly, the horrific disinformation, accusations, and language used to describe my community at a time of immense suffering has been downright traumatizing. I've always supported a two-state solution and never advocated for Bibi. Israel left Gaza in 2005. Iran-backed Hamas has only brought terror to the region since they came to power in 2006 and have not held another election since then. Of course, the language of this resolution matters. The complete erasure of Jewish history, shameful abandonment of 220 plus hostages, including Americans, the minimization of the Holocaust, blaming Israel for the deadliest attack on our community since 6 million of us were eliminated from this earth is truly reprehensible. Our population has still not rebounded from that terror 75 years later. Just last night, a Jewish-owned business in my neighborhood, a block away, was vandalized and attacked. Jewish supervisors received anti-Semitic flyers targeting their homes and families. This feels like 1938 Kristallnacht. Please stop dehumanizing my people and work with leaders from organizations who actually support
Your
and represent
comments.
communities affected.
We'll go to Ray, followed by Moussa, and then Asim. Go ahead, Ray.
Thank you very much. My name is Ray. I've worked in San Francisco and lived in San Francisco, and now I live in Oakland. I am calling in tonight in support of Resolution 11. I think it would set a standard for the rest of the country, and I can imagine also how much pushback that you all have received. I'm disappointed that it was withdrawn. I also am a Jewish American. I did my confirmation studies on the pits that my family was buried in, and I am in support of a ceasefire. I am in support of ending the violence on Palestinians. And I just want to point out that this is part of the Zionist playbook, that my anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and that this is what they do, is that they exhaust us with these semantics. And here we are spending our energy when there are children and there are people and there are adults and there are all these people who are running out of water and fuel, who have no place to go.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We'll go on to Moussa.
How you guys doing? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to say I'm in support of the ceasefire. I'm a Palestinian American. I think everybody here knows that we just want peace. We want everybody to live happy. Everybody just wants to be happy. This is the main idea that we're trying to get across. But the thing is, we cannot have happiness based on other people's suffering. This is what Israel's been trying to do for the last 75 years, taking people's land, kicking people out of their home. My grandfather was shot while he was praying. He's a Palestinian. All we try to do is live and be in peace, and then people try to come in and take our land and kick us out, and it's a wrong thing, and people should stand up for it. And I'm glad that people are talking and trying, and God is watching, so we know that in the end we will succeed. So thank you guys for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Avalon, followed by Gia.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Avalon. I'm a San Francisco resident, a Jewish San Francisco resident. Here to say that any Jewish voice here claiming to speak for all Jews in defense of Israel is wrong. There are plenty of progressive and democratic voting Jews in San Francisco who are in strong support of calling for a ceasefire, not only calling for a ceasefire, but for an end to the Israeli occupation of Palestine. This is justice is a Jewish issue. Equal rights are Jewish issues and Jewish values. And I just want to make sure that voice is balanced out because there are countless Jewish residents and progressive and democratic Jewish voters in San Francisco who believe I am frankly now a single issue voter on this issue. And I will be organizing against the re-election of Democratic candidates and electeds who are not supporting a ceasefire immediately. This is of utmost importance to Democratic voters, to Jewish Democratic voters, and want to make sure that you are hearing the wide range of voices on this. We follow our Palestinian siblings.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Gia.
Good evening. I'm Gia Danler-Katz. I'm the co-president of the Raoul Wallenberg Jewish Democratic Club. Thank you all for taking the time, not just this evening, but throughout your busy weeks. There's so much to communicate and to share and to comment on. I know I won't have time for all of that. But I want to try to address a few points that have come up repeatedly. One, I will say that we are all here because words clearly do matter. Statements, official policies matter. Whether it's Trump inciting violence or whether it's calls for coexistence and a more peaceful future. So I thank this body for taking more time in an effort to be more thoughtful, to be less divisive, to be more inclusive in coming together on something that will actually move things forward and create more understanding. If you wouldn't listen to the first line where people identified themselves, and you just listened to the concerns. For so many people who've spoken tonight, they were the same set of concerns, the same set of grievances, whether they were speaking as a Jew, as a Zionist, as a Palestinian, whatever the case may be, which is a little bit surreal and at the same time not surprising. So the few points I really wanted to hit on is, first, I am deeply offended by the continual use of the word genocide. My mother was born in 1938 in Poland. I don't have time to share her survival story, but suffice it to say that her uncles, her aunts, her grandparents died at Auschwitz. They suffered a genocide. Genocide is a legal term. And you might think that what the current government in Israel or past governments have done is horrible. It doesn't make it a genocide, no matter how many times you say the word. In fact, using this term is not only inaccurate and misleading, but it diminishes actual acts of genocide that have been recognized by the United Nations. So I just want to, it's important because it's about intent. And whether it's Israeli governments or Jews, nobody has ever looked to eradicate the Palestinian people in Israel. Israel.
Gone over 60 seconds, please. It's gone over 60
I'm
seconds.
president of a club, so I believe I get a little
Over
bit
60
more
seconds,
time
please.
in that capacity, so please don't interrupt me. And so I just want to say that there's a lot of selective memory and selective history being shared tonight. We would love to host a session, and it doesn't have to be just our history and our perspective, but with the DCCC, I'm whether it's the chair Mahogany or the authors of this resolution and other members, we'd love to work with you on something that hopefully more people can come together around, something that calls attention to how we got here in an accurate way. And so in addition to the comments I've already shared, I wish that there was more outrage on what Hamas has done, what they've done to their own people, why they put their operations under mosques, under hospitals, in schools, in residential buildings, subjecting their own people to not just taking the food and the fuel. They have plenty of food and fuel to go around, and not just during this crisis, but for years and years, confiscating humanitarian aid for their own use. So this is a complicated situation, and I'm not going to, there's many people here who perhaps I'll never convince, but Israel is acting to defend its own citizens. I don't agree with everything they're doing. I certainly don't support the Netanyahu government. Most of the folks well, I can't speak for other people, but the last thing I'll say is Zionism is a belief in the right for the Jewish people to have a homeland in the state of Israel, a homeland for the Jewish people. Most of us support a homeland for the Palestinian people too. That's why when the UN proposed Israel and Palestine in 1947, the leaders in the Jewish community said, we'll take it, absolutely. And it was the Palestinians who said no. Time and time again, when there's been proposals, they have said no. I wish for leadership on the Palestinian side that can work for the two-state solution that we all like to talk about, and
why is she still talking? What's happening? What's happening right now?
I will end
1
there.
second.
Thank you
Hold
all.
on
for
1
No
second.
one stopped her. It's been 6
1 second.
minutes.
Yes, what's going on here?
Can you please mute everyone and not give people permission to unmute themselves for the remainder of public comment? I'm going to interject here. I was going to wait until that last speaker for her to finish to explain the rules of public comment. We have registered Democratic clubs, and presidents or specific representatives of those Democratic clubs have a privilege per the bylaws of the party to speak for more than 1 minute during public comment. So I'm sorry that that was not made clear before the interruption. This actually also happened Before, earlier in the meeting, there was another person who was also a president of a Democratic club who also had more than 1 minute. So the general public does have 1 minute. Those who are presidents of Democratic clubs that are registered with the party do have what is called presidential privilege to speak for more than 1 minute. And that is why she had more time. So apologies for the misunderstanding. That is why. I also just want to say I really commend everybody else, everyone, including the people who are confused, for really being respectful. This is a very difficult conversation that we're having here for everyone. It's very painful for everyone. And I just want to appreciate the way that almost every single public comment person has been really respectful of the process and of others in this meeting. So I just want to say thank you. And let's continue on with public comment.
Great. We'll go ahead with Rosina, followed by Marjan, and then Michelle and Akram. Go ahead, Rosina.
Hi. So I just want to tell you what is a genocide: the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. It is a genocide. Please understand what is a genocide. Please understand. Please. I am really furious that Resolution 11 sponsors are facing local and national backlash. Please do your part. Please bring this resolution back. And if you don't know, you know that you have blood in your hands. Your tax dollars are going to kill those children, those innocent people. Do you want more blood in your hands? Please, for humanity, for at least for your vote again, if you really want to come back. You are not gonna get my vote. No Dems are gonna get my vote again.
Thank you for your comment. We'll move on to Marjan.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. This is my first time on one of these discussions. I'd like to comment, I'm a teacher. I'm a mother of 4. I'm around children all day. And I can't imagine, all that the kids in Gaza right now face every day and every minute with all the loss of lives. Please do not roll your eyes again. And for Ms. Privilege Wallenberg, I want to ask you, if there was a shooter in my classroom, full of children, would it be okay to bomb the classroom just to get the shooter? So no, we cannot sit here, continue with this. A ceasefire is necessary. Lives are being lost. And then about our tax dollars going to this, killing people. What a horrible investment. What a horrible investment.
Next up is Michelle, followed by Akram. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to just start with a quote. If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Just today was breaking news in the New York Times that determined that both the United States and Israel lied about the rockets that they claim was fired by Hamas and hit the hospital, killing 487. That was also true about statements made even by our own president that there were beheadings of children. That was understood now and been proven to be false. What I'm trying to tell you right now is that what is occurring right now is breaking many people's hearts, and it is genocide and atrocities that are going on across this world. But at this time, I can tell you that even here, my own children who've been told that my middle schooler was sitting in school and told that they should wipe them all out, the Palestinians, and kill them all, otherwise they won't stop. My younger daughter, who's 10 years old, was told that.
Next up is Akram.
Hi, I'm Akram. I just wanted to express my deep disappointment that resolution to pass a ceasefire was pulled, echoing what the vast majority of people have been saying. Palestinians have been suffering for 75 years under a brutal occupation, suffering from apartheid policies and colonization. The people of Gaza deserve so much more than just a ceasefire, and calling for a ceasefire is the very bare minimum that you could do right now for the people in Gaza. How many people need to die? There have already been 6,000 in a span of less than 3 weeks that have died, and you are debating semantics. Tomorrow when we wake up, that number will have increased to probably 6,500 or 7,000. We do not need to be debating semantics when what we need right now is a ceasefire. Palestinians have been dehumanized for so long, and this is not about defeating Hamas. Just if you don't want to believe Palestinians and what's happening to them, go to the actual Israeli politicians who are saying this is not just a war with Hamas. All civilians in Gaza are guilty. All civilians in Gaza are human animals. These people need to be wiped out. And there are posters in Tel Aviv.
We'll move to Azra, followed by Ahmad, Diana, and then Yusra. I'm not seeing Azra or Hamid. Go ahead, Diana.
Hi, my name is Diana Ceballos. I am a California Bay Area resident. I am not Arab, I am not Jewish, but I am a taxpayer with a conscience, and I don't want my money going towards, bombs that are deliberately aimed at, the Palestinian people, the civilians, because as we saw, many of us saw the news clip of an IDF soldier being interviewed by, one of our news anchors here in the US. And he corrected the news anchor and said, we're not just targeting Hamas, we're targeting the civilian population. He said Palestinians. And I don't want I don't want anything to do with a genocide of a people. That's exactly what genocide is. Regardless of religion, they're indiscriminately bombing Muslims and Christians, and it doesn't even matter if they have religion or not. A human being is a human being. It's an American value.
We'll go to Yusra, sorry.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm a physician practicing in the Bay Area for the last 20 years. I do not want my tax dollars to go into bombing innocent civilians. Unfortunately, this bombing by the Israeli government have not only targeted just the civilians, but also UN safe places, shelter places. It targeted also hospitals, as well as an oldest church that was supposed to be a sanctuary for people to be safeguarded. My heart goes to the Israeli people who their family members are in shelters. Unfortunately, Palestinian peoples don't even have shelters. People claim that the Gaza Strip basically hosts Hamas. At the same time, the Gaza Strip has no army to defend it. So currently what we're doing here in the United States is we are committing an act of genocide along the Israeli government. My heart goes out to the Israeli people because I really honestly believe that the Israeli government is doing a disservice to all the Israelis and all the Jewish people in the world by this unfortunately negative PR campaign that they are running. I'm not sure who's benefiting. I think Netanyahu is trying definitely desperately to hold on to his seat, and unfortunately he's taking down with him Israel and the rest of the Zionist population. Thank you so much.
We'll go to Azra.
Hi, my name is Yusuf and I live in California and I'm a 6th grader, and I think this war is terrible. Like, people are losing their lives and they're getting injured, and like there's nowhere safe to run. They can't escape. They're just stuck there. And I hope you all push for a ceasefire, because I think this is very sad and it's this horrible genocide that's happening out there. I don't think here we are just watching it and we have all the luxuries while they don't. Like they don't have water, they don't have electricity, they have nothing. and lots of my Jewish friends stand with Palestine because they think it's unfair how Israel started coming in and taking their land, pushing people off, and they just stole their land, kind of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now go to Jordana, followed by Cindy, Jana, and then Amina.
Hi, my name's Jordana and I'm a San Francisco resident. And I'm asking for a ceasefire because all the violence that's happening every day in Gaza and Israel is making a peaceful future there feel more and more impossible. I'm someone with many loved ones in Israel, and I pray for a peaceful future where Jewish Israelis and Palestinians can both live with peace, security, and justice. But that future feels more and more impossible with every deadly strike and every civilian killed in Gaza that just entrenches more hatred in the region. Furthermore, as we know, each death is a stain on our moral consciousness that causes so much endless suffering. So I'm calling for the committee to call for a ceasefire, which would include an end to the Israeli strikes on Gaza, an end to Hamas's rockets on Israel, and the return of the 200 plus hostages.
Thank you for your comments. I'll move on to Cindy.
Hi, good evening. I want to start off by saying that I really want to thank John Avalos for his heartfelt apology. I appreciate more than I can put into words right now that you did not go forward and that you're temporarily, at least, putting a hold on this resolution, which I believe in this case, I think it's really, really important. Words do matter. I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. So I know firsthand, my family suffered, my people suffered, millions of people were slaughtered. We know what genocide is. And if you misuse that term, you know, if you tell that lie enough times, people are going to believe it. And I cried when I heard that heartfelt apology because I don't want to ever, ever, ever be accused of standing behind killing of children, innocent people. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your ethnicity is.
Next up is Jana, then Amina, and then Nader. Go ahead, Jana.
Hi, thank you for taking our time. I wanted to say that I'm really frustrated. I was so proud of San Francisco for having the ceasefire resolution on the agenda. For us to be the second city in America to vote this resolution in is phenomenal, but it was pulled. We don't have time to wait. The Palestinians don't have time to wait. The children don't have time to wait. I'm annoyed with the stupid commentary stating beheaded babies, raped women, when there's no evidence. We can even recount what's happened by Israeli women who have been taken by Hamas, and they said they were well taken care of. Hamas isn't even in the West Bank, and Palestinians there are being killed daily. I guess this isn't what matters. Potato, potato. Why are we allowing the US to send billions in support to this genocide? We have homelessness, we have many with no health care, the list goes on. Why are we in bed with Israel, a Zionist state? Why is asking a country to cease fire so sensitive that we need to hold off and rewrite? We're all walking covered in blood that we caused and didn't stop. I teach my kids to stand up for bullying, stand up against bullying, stand up for justice. Kids don't do what we do, what we say, they do what we do. And we're raising a nasty society. So to hell with all of us, it seems. Free Palestine.
Your comments. Next is Amina, followed by Nader.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Amina. I'm an early childhood educator. I'm also a Bay Area native, born and raised on the tenderloin of SF. I don't want to repeat what everybody said, but I just wanted to share that yesterday, I got to speak at Richmond's Brave City Council meeting about my Palestinian co-teacher who lost 8 family members in Gaza yesterday morning. Today, that number has gone up to 28, the youngest of them being 2 years old. I don't know if anyone knows this, but Israel is planning for a ground invasion in the next few days. So no, there's no time to wait for edits or semantics. This is not a partisan issue. This is a humanitarian one. I'm sad that this is still considered a controversy in 2024. Israel is a modern day settler colonial state created by the British and funded by the US. It has absolutely nothing to do with religion or culture. Palestinians are Semites. They are Muslims, but they are also Jews and Christians. Zionism is an extension of white supremacy, and it is as dangerous as Nazism. And it's time to start calling it out unapologetically. And I just want to commend the young children who came out here today to speak out on this, because they don't even have the privilege or luxury of living in this country to ignore this kind of thing. So I just want to say free Palestine. And
next up is Nader.
Hi, my name is Nader. I'm talking to you from Ohlone land. I'm urging you to take immediate action to support Resolution 11 for a ceasefire now on the crisis of genocide happening as we speak to the Palestinian people. I'm first generation in this country and a son of Nakba survivors. My parents had to flee Palestine because of the horrible crimes that happened in the name of Zionism to Palestine. 4 of our extended family members were just killed in the 3rd oldest church in the world in Gaza. When is the Democratic Party going to wake up to Palestine? Have you all actually seen the slaughter of 2,000 plus babies and children? The total as of today of Palestinians killed is 6,500 people. The bombing is nonstop. The carnage is unimaginable. If you haven't seen what's happening, it's because the media is keeping you from seeing it. You would have thought this genocide in Gaza would have made this party finally wake up. How much worse does it have to get? Can it even get any worse? By not voting immediately, you are continuing the further erosion of the Democratic Party. I am a registered Democrat, and I'm truly ashamed to be associated with this party.
Thank you for your
It's
comments.
also
next up is Virginia Marshall, followed by Yuhi, followed by Ali, followed by Kamal.
Thank you. I must let you know that you called my name twice, and this is finally I'm able to speak, so I need a few seconds. I'm Virginia Marshall, a longtime retired educator here in San Francisco, just retired two years ago. I'm in full support of resolution number 11, an immediate ceasefire. I'm also appalled, like you all should be, of all the killings of innocent people, babies and children and women being raped 2 weeks ago. And also, I'm also appalled that it's taken America too long to bring all the Americans back to the United States. I'm also in full support of resolution number 7, no school closures, particularly in Bayview, Hunters Point. Every Latino child, every Black child, every Asian child who live in Bayview, Hunters Point deserve a high quality education. Please come out to the board meeting on Tuesday, November the 12th at 6:30 p.m. at 5555 Franklin. I want to commend the children, SFUSD grads who spoke tonight. Awesome job, young people. Ashe. Thank you, Supervisor Avalos and everyone on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go on to Yuhi.
Yes, my name is Yuhi. I'm a pediatrician here in the Bay Area, and I fully support the resolution on the ceasefire. I work for one of the largest healthcare organizations here in the Bay Area, which employs hundreds of pediatricians and thousands of physicians. And what is going on with the genocide in Gaza has absolutely consumed us at work. It's all we talk and whisper about. We see our own patients and the children that are being murdered. We see ourselves in the physicians who are working nonstop at the hospitals only to find out that their own families have been bombed. And we've already heard about the way that they're operating at those hospitals. And we see ourselves in that, and we see them upholding everything that we have learned in our ethics during our medical training. And although it's the only thing that we talk about, we're just whispering amongst ourselves, because even us as physicians are having a hard time speaking up out of the fear of retaliation. And by being able to pass this resolution, you're going to give all California physicians the confidence that they need to be able to speak up about what they know is morally correct. And so I fully support the resolution. And to a couple other comments, what people have said.
Move on to Ali, followed by Kamal, followed by Naveed.
Gia, Danieler, and others were offended that we're using the term genocide, but Israeli Holocaust scholar Raz Segal called on Democracy Now, Raz, R-A-Z-C-A-C-E-G-A-L.
I'm sorry, Ali. Didn't you come on earlier and give public comment?
I did, but there were many others, including Ron Patel, who denied the Nakba, who spoke multiple
Oh, no,
times.
but I'm sorry, we can only do one. You only have one opportunity to provide public comment, and I'm sorry.
We'll go on to Kamal, followed by Naveed.
Hi, my name is Kamal. I've been a resident of the Bay Area for more than 2 decades. Number one, I would like first thank you so much, John Avalos, for bringing this resolution in. I definitely would like you guys to bring this back and vote on it. Time is of the essence. And I would like also, if it's possible, just to explain to us what's the holdup. I mean, like, and who's withdrawing that? Mr. Avalos mentioned that there is not enough votes. Where are the votes? Are if that's our right to know. The other thing I would like just to mention is for several speakers, please refrain from misinformation and from sharing or news and stuff that were retracted, and also things that have not been. I mean, like, things can be debated for a very long time, and I will end up with a very small piece of information. As much as history has been mentioned about thousands of years, I mean, like, when we did DNA tests in our family, it says that we've been in Palestine for 16,000 years. So that DNA test says. I don't know. I mean, like, if these, I mean,
Thank
like,
you for your comments. We'll go on to Naveed and then Tariq. Go ahead, Naveed.
Good evening, fellow San Franciscans. My name is Asma, and thank you for calling on me a couple times earlier when I couldn't figure out how to unmute myself. I was born in San Francisco, have been in healthcare now for over 10 years, and I come to you today not as a South Asian, Indian, Muslim American, but as a human. I implore you all to look within yourselves and bring back the resolution tonight for ceasefire in Gaza. What are we even debating? Why are we even here talking? This is absolutely ridiculous in my mind that we are sitting here arguing over semantics when the Israeli leaders are putting genocide in their own words every single day to describe what they themselves are doing. This is absolutely heartbreaking as an American, as a Democrat, to sit here and watch as we stay silent, as the deafening silence in our workplaces, in our society, in our higher leadership circles continues to persist day after day as innocent humans are being killed in
Your
front of our
comment.
very eyes.
Next up is Tariq.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I was very naive thinking that the Zionists are only occupying Palestine. I think they are occupying our government here. I think the occupation moved to the minds of our Democratic Party here. Unfortunately, the fact that we removed the resolution means that the Zionist is like intimidating us to do the right thing. I really can't believe that. I really don't agree with that. It's very simple. I have tons of Jewish friends. I have more Jewish friends than Muslim friends, and they are all understanding that Zionist does not represent them. Zionist is a movement, and they are not, Palestinians, Jews are all Semitic people. They are all the same. They all come together. And, for the Zionists to take over, just the movement that is really hungry for blood and bloodshed. And it's a shame that we are using our money and they are doing whatever. So please put back a resolution which says just ceasefire. Talk about all the semantics as much as you want later, but
Your
now
comment.
stop it. Thank you.
We will move on to Ahmed, followed by Sophia.
Thank you. Is it my turn to go?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking my call. I apologize, I can't be on camera. I'm actually just coming back from work, but this particular issue is extremely important to me. I myself am Palestinian American. My own ancestors were displaced from historic Palestine. So unfortunately, this is a crucial resolution, and I would urge the committee to please put the resolution back and to make sure that we don't cave to the political pressures that be, and to ensure that this resolution, that this ceasefire gets passed. I, like many others on this call, have been a long time Democrat, have always supported the democratic movement and would like to continue to do so. But we cannot, as a collective, support this genocide that is happening. And I will use this word because unfortunately it is genocide. We have family in the West Bank as well as Gaza who have been murdered, unfortunately, in this apartheid regime. This isn't anything new, unfortunately. History did not start on October the 7th, and we are witnessing the bloodshed of human
Thank you for your
beings.
comments.
You're welcome.
We'll go on to Sophia, and then
Hi.
we'll go to EOS. Go ahead, Sophia.
Hi, I think it's appalling that anybody could be against a ceasefire. A ceasefire calls for an end of violence on both sides. Why would any person of humanity be against that? We need to use logic and think about how morally corrupt that is. I am a program manager with Planned Parenthood, and I'm on the board of a coalition for reproductive justice. I will actively organize against any elected who does not support this resolution because they are not listening to their constituents. I'm urging you to really listen to your constituents, and for the sake of doing what's right, bring back the resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire. Don't let the national political agenda sway you in a direction that goes against our collective moral compass. It's essential to stress that this resolution is in no way anti-Semitic. It's simply unfair to equate a call for a stop to the end of innocent lives with anti-Semitism. We're at a crucial point in history, and you have the chance to be the leaders who boldly demand an end to an ongoing tragedy in Gaza. History won't look kindly on those who compromise their principles for the sake of politics. Make the choice that aligns with your values, and may you find yourselves on the right side of history. I'm pleading with you for the sake of all humanity to reinstate the ceasefire resolution and champion this cause. Your actions today can make a world of difference.
Thank you for your comments. Next, move on to EOS.
Yeah, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so here is me, Iyas and Hiba, and we have our daughter there. We're Palestinian Americans. Since the bombing started, which I call genocide, we are trying to find a way for our voices to be heard. Mainstream media is spreading lies to justify this US-led operation on Gaza, which is aiming at ethnically cleansing Gazans. The social media silencing us, and where there's one forum to have our voices heard, this gets pulled. It doesn't really need a lot of debate to call of ending killing people. 6,500 people killed, and the ultimate plan is actually ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. Resolution 11 needs to go back on. Let's not to Kiev to pressure, and if not, then we're not voting democratic. That's my message.
Thank you for your comments.
What does this say?
We'll move on to Omer, Nuzhat, Hadia. Go ahead, Omer.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm really extremely disappointed that the resolution was moved away from the agenda. There's a humanitarian crisis going on in Gaza, Palestine area with the blockage, no food, no water, no electricity, no fuel. Kids are being killed every day, and we need to take immediate action. We need to bring ceasefire, and we need to stop bombing. We need to stop killing the children, killing the innocent people in Gaza area. Israel has all the technology and all the money that they can just pull out the hostages away, but instead they prefer to just bomb the innocent people and kill the innocent people. We need to stop this, and we need to stop giving our tax dollars to kill the innocent people and the children. We need to save the children. We need to save the innocent people. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Go to Nuzhat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Soha, and I'm a Muslim American born in San Francisco. As I continue to see video after video of children my age and younger crying for their mothers after seeing them die seconds after dinner, I'm heartbroken and scared. As a child, I can say that no child should ever have to go through this pain. This resolution is not about religion. This resolution is not anti-Semitic. This resolution is about condemning a genocide of a nation. As I continue to learn about the horrific oppression and genocides of the past, I always ask myself why no one dared to stop this. However, I've come to the realization that we are all those people, watching hospitals get bombed and entire family lines being erased from this earth. It's ridiculous how we were sitting in our own luxuries, debating on whether or not we should stop a genocide. The killing happening right now won't wait for us to decide on this. Vote yes to the Resolution 11. Vote yes to save the thousands of Palestinians yet to be killed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Mohammed, Hadia, then we have Fuzia and Sarah, and that concludes public comment.
Is it my turn?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, our values cannot be divided between Ukrainian people and Palestinian people. We all stand with one value. So sending our dollar to the Israeli government to bomb hospitals, churches, and mosque, killing innocent people, this is not right. We need you to vote yes for Resolution 11. So we can trust the Democratic Party and vote for our leaders in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Hadia. Apologies.
Hi, thanks. My name's Hadia, and I'm a physician in San Francisco and a young mom to a 2-month-old. As a doctor, I've been following the accounts from doctors and other healthcare workers in Gaza and the state. It's a humanitarian crisis with a complete collapse of the healthcare system. And I don't care about anyone's politics longer term, but just right now in this moment, all people of conscience everywhere have to ask for a ceasefire in order to prevent further individuals from dying. As a doctor, I worked during COVID. I was in the ICU during COVID. The thought of having to decide to take the ventilator off a patient and give it to another person, which is a decision that doctors in Gaza are making all the time, every day, is absolutely important to me. I appreciate this council for hopefully bringing the resolution back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll go to Fuzia and then Sarah. Go ahead, Fuzia.
Hi. Hello. First and foremost, I want to say I support and demand a ceasefire at the very minimum. I'm a registered Democrat. I'm a U.S.-born citizen. I also own a business in San Francisco, so I feel like it's my duty to be speaking up here today. I'm also a VP of Finance and Ops, just like one of the members here today. So I'd like to say, in my opinion, the Israeli government continues its immoral occupation of all Palestinians, which is really the root cause of this problem. It's not Hamas. In my entire lifetime, I've never known of a free Palestine. And my fear, and I can't sleep at night because of it, is that my grandchildren will not know what Palestine even is, because it will just be a paragraph in a history book. And the US government fails to even question their involvement and continued support in this oppression. So I want to say thank you to all of those people who have echoed that never again really means never again to anyone.
Thank you for your
Otherwise.
Last is Sarah. Go ahead. Sarah Abu, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I wanted to start by saying, by personally thanking Lynn for showing clear facial expressions of racism against everyone that spoke tonight in support of ceasefire on Gaza. Please bring back the resolution to ceasefire. I'm saying this because I'm a human being and I'm a mom, and all of us wouldn't want to be put in that situation. And as humans, I don't want to be paying my tax money and my dollar money to kill innocent people just because I live in the US. That is not my fault. That's why we elected you guys, so you can support us, hear our voice, and represent us in the correct manner. And it shouldn't be, it's a no-brainer that we should be passing out a resolution to cease fire. This is a criminal war. It's not even a war. It's a genocide on innocent people that are hopeless. They don't have medical supplies. They don't have water. Just think of yourself not being able to drink water for a few days.
Chair, that concludes public comment.
I see under the attendee side, there's still people raising their hands for public comment. I do just want to make sure that for all those attendees who want to speak on an item, and I know it's getting late, that they have their opportunity to do so.
Yeah, are those people who have already spoken or are they new public commenters?
A handful are.
If there are folks who haven't spoken,
they've been called on previously.
Oh, they've been called on previously. If people
not every person
if people have already spoken, people can only speak at public comment once, but those who have not spoken yet, please bring them forward for public comment.
We'll start with Alpha, then Mike, then Amira. Imelda has already spoken, and go to Sonia. Alpha, go ahead.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just would like to thank you first for creating this resolution 11 in first place, and please bring it back. Stand strong. Lots of people are with you. Lots of people are waiting for it. And despite their religion or nationality, please, if you need, kindly call extra meeting for it as needed. Okay. I keep hearing about anti-Semitism, but also Islamophobic verbiage here. However, I do think this war is against both Jews and Arabs. Why? Let's do a quick look into history. Who took over Palestine in 1900s? Who had mandate till 1946 and then delivered 55% of Palestinian land to create Israel in 1948? Without acknowledging Palestinian citizens' wishes and moral rights. Shouldn't we see that there was a third power that is interested to keep this division and this ongoing conflict for 75 years now? Why? It's another question. But now, who is the Hamas? Hamas was also created by the same British power and finance. Later, Mossad was working with Hamas. Let's remember who is Hamas is. And by the way, who created ISIS?
Next is Mike Stone.
Hi, my name is Mike Stone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for withdrawing Resolution 11. And to those denying the atrocities committed by Hamas on 10/7, you should be ashamed. The resolution was riddled with inaccuracies, promotes dangerous fallacies about Jews, and puts your own San Francisco Jewish population in danger. Consider even that many Jews may not be here to have their voices heard because they are too afraid to self-identify in progressive spaces. Respectfully, you have fomented the hate and division leading to that fear. I'm also appalled by the blatant anti-Semitism on this call, the flippant appropriation of the Holocaust, that my best friend is Jewish, and the Zionist playbook, and the Zionists are occupying the government here rhetoric, the tokenization of Jews just on this call. Words matter, and your words matter too. I certainly want the immediate end of violence and suffering. Consider instead a resolution demanding Hamas release hostages and stand down from their 19-day-long spree of terrorism. This leads us on a legitimate path to end violence. Please work with leaders from organizations who actually support and represent the communities most affected by this issue to draft a resolution that reflects the complexities that you all clearly failed to understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Mira, Sonia, Zoe, GMO, Ellie. Go ahead, Zoe.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay. I think it would be unforgivable to table the resolution and delay it while the slaughter of innocent children reaches the thousands. It's catastrophic. It's there's this humanitarian crisis. I'm just appalled actually at the Democratic Party right now, and this will be a single issue for me on how they handle this ceasefire, whether they call for it or sign on and support it. This says everything about San Francisco and the US right now, that we may be, right now, we are complicit in genocide unless we really take, voice our opinions. We cannot be silent on this at all. Yes, I understand that Hamas attacked Israel, but the killing that's going on, this collective punishment inflicted upon this entire people, on these entire peoples, is constitutes a war crime.
Comments. We'll go to GM, followed by Ellie, and then Sonia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
So I want to say why we should support a ceasefire. To say a ceasefire is divisive is a fallacy, because if you look at our history since the 1970s, the U.S. has only taken one side to financially support Israel's military. We spent billions of dollars, and Israel has broken many international laws. They've committed war crimes, and they basically have impunity. So we are taking a side here for justice and to stop oppression, and that's why we should support a ceasefire. It is not anti-Semitic to support a ceasefire, because Palestinians deserve to have the same freedoms as any people. So that's why I think we should support a ceasefire and not contribute to this conflict more because of the U.S. tax dollars going to this IDF. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Ellie.
Hello. Growing up, when we learned about the Holocaust in school, I'm sure that many of us asked ourselves how so many people can be complicit in the crimes that occurred, and how so many people could simply stand back and watch innocent lives be destroyed. We swore that this would never happen again. Yet since October 7th, we have witnessed another genocide play out in front of us, as thousands of Palestinians have been killed, wounded, and displaced. Now is the time to stand, to be their voice, and to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Sonia.
Thank you. For the millionth time, speaking out about Israel's crimes is not anti-Semitic. The occupation is not too divisive or complex to deliberate in public, and it's clearer than ever that that idea just foments silence and fear in the face of crushing violence against Palestinians, against children. And we can call for the return of Israeli hostages and recognize that calls to eradicate Hamas is a red herring code for bombing, starving, committing genocide with impunity. As it's been said, shame on the JCRC for their investment in these lies. We're talking about a powerful US-funded military with nuclear weapons. I know that my safety as a Jew lies with solidarity with the people of Gaza right now. So I thank the members of the DCCC for trying to move this resolution. Don't give up. Listen to how many constituents are demanding representation. This is not going to be the last time you hear from us on this either. So please find a way to agree on language. It doesn't need to be perfect, only principled and clear. We demand a call for a ceasefire from this party now. And if anybody within this party can move it.
We'll go to Maya F, then Khalid, and then me, Abo. Go ahead, Maya.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. If this resolution needed a 2/3 vote and you did not achieve that, I would like to know, if possible, who did not vote for this resolution to be on the agenda, because by doing so, you are delaying the call for a ceasefire. And by doing that, you are complicit in the continued slaughter of children. And to those people, I would like to ask, how do you sleep at night knowing that you could have done something so small, and yet you did not? We are all watching, we are all paying attention, and we will vote accordingly in the next election. It is absolutely disgusting that we are debating calling for a ceasefire, calling for an end to bombing children. Every day, right now, people are waking up or not waking up in Gaza. And we're watching the images of children being just slaughtered, and we're not doing anything to put a stop to it. So I would like to find out who did not favor this resolution, if possible.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Khalid.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
Yes. Now I'm supporting the ceasefire and now I'm scared from the future, because now if Israel will go Gaza, to the Palestine will run to Egypt. So Egypt will have some problem. And from my friends, it's like the Egyptian and all the Arab, they are so mad. And if one night he told me like it's 34 million Egyptians they are qualified for the army. So imagine one day it's just decide to just fight back, because Israel will hit Sinai, because the Palestine in Sinai. So it's gonna be disaster if that will happen. It's just Egypt. How about Jordan? Jordan, half of them they are Palestinian. So the future is just. I'm so scared from the future and from my friends in Israel and Palestine. I'm supporting this, and I'm really thanking all the Jews. They are supporting this with me, and
Thank you
everybody's.
for your comments. We'll go to Mi Adbo. We'll go to Ray M.
Hello, thank you. I know it's late, so thank you everybody for staying on and expressing your opinions. I know people have spoken on either side. The majority of them have been pro-Palestinian and pro-Resolution 11. And I just want to pose a question. If you're on the fence about this resolution because maybe there's a lot of propaganda out there, there's information on both sides, and don't trust, the people, majority of whom are pro-Palestinian so far, would you trust freedom fighters like Angela Davis, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, and Nelson Mandela? I'm not invoking these names out of thin air. All of them have expressed pro-Palestinian sentiments, supporting Palestinian liberation and the end to Israel's occupation, colonization, and apartheid. And so I'd implore everybody to just think about that and vote in support of Resolution 11. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go back to Mi Adbo. We'll go to Serene.
Hi. I want to address the Islamophobic and xenophobic comments made by the previous attendees, but I would like to point out that Israel is an apartheid state. They have 5 different classes of citizens, and based on the color code on their IDs, it's reflected. I will remind everyone that Nelson Mandela, who was on the US terrorist watch until 2008, said that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. Also, the great Desmond Tutu said that apartheid, under which Palestinians live, is in some cases worse than the apartheid of South Africa during that apartheid period. So will the SF Democrats be on the right side of the history, or we will continue to support apartheid and genocide? Humanity is for all. Whatever group you are from, we want peace for everyone, and to stop the genocide that's going on before our eyes, and no one is having the courage to stop it. Saying being anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitic, saying being anti-Zionism is like anti-Semitic is the same as saying being anti.
Comments. We'll go to Khalid.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. To equate ceasefire with anti-Semitism just sounds laughable with nothing funny about it. I honestly can't believe we're having this conversation. Doesn't make any sense to continue killing innocent people and causing more and more of the world to turn against us in Israel. Whether you call it genocide, ethnic cleansing or not, murder is murder, killing is killing. Let's not get distracted by the semantics of it. I personally would like to know why the ceasefire resolution was removed, because I know level-headed human beings would never do that on their own will. And for commenters like Mike and other like-minded individuals should be ashamed for their flawed comments and ashamed for not advocating for an end to the violence, as they've clearly not been educated on the history of Israel, as unfortunately so many people are. Thank you.
Your comments. We'll go to Huda and then Manar and Taylor.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I strongly support the resolution for a ceasefire, the least we can do. And it's really sad that people think this war just started now. Like mentioned before, if we just look at the history, it's plainly clear there are no two sides to this issue. I see a clear genocide. And I think that the media assault showing only one side is really embarrassing, shows that they're trying to cover up the facts. And I think that we should definitely support the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Go ahead, Manar. Go ahead, Taylor.
There we go. You think we'd all know Zoom by now. I don't need a minute. My name's Taylor. I'm a nurse practitioner and a voter here in San Francisco resident. I hope you're taking a tally. I support a ceasefire fully. This has to stop. It is a genocide. Please mark me on supporting ceasefire and don't forget that I'm a voter. Thanks so much.
Thanks for your comments. We'll go back to Manar. Go to Hadia. Natalie.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Was that me? And did you call my name? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Hadia. I'm not a Palestinian, so that nobody thinks I'm being biased. I'm an Afghan by birth and a Fin American citizen. So I'm here as a representative of humankind. This is not an issue of anti-Semitism. It's about humanity and about saving human lives. I'm all for ceasefire, and I would appreciate if you guys bring back the resolution so that we actually see peace in Gaza and also in Israel, as many of the Jewish panels have been saying that people are living in their basements or in their bomb bank shell shelters. So there's peace on both sides. That's why I'm here. Thank you so much. And I hope you guys bring that resolution back.
Thank you for your comments. Go to Natalie.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thanks again for taking my comment. So I'm here to support the Pueblo Unido Democratic Club and the chartering of it. As a native San Franciscan, as a Latina, first-gen daughter of an immigrant, I've seen my community diminish, not just in size, but also in our voice being heard in these spaces. So I think this will definitely, provide the space that we need in order to have our grievances and our issues discussed. I'm also here because I would like to very, very strongly urge y'all to call for a ceasefire. I see a lot of faces here who talk about solidarity often, who use words like community, who use words like that. If you're not going to do this one thing, then I don't think you deserve to use terminology like that. And also as an indigenous person, if you vote against Palestinians, you're being anti-indigenous. If you ever have said a land acknowledgement, don't say them no more because you're being hypocritical. So that's my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Rima. We'll go to Aisha.
Hi, yes, thank you for your time. I would like to speak in support of the resolution, and I would also like to know which officials voted against hearing this resolution. And I request that after public comments are over, the constituents reveal their votes so we can know who is listening to their constituents. I am a voter, and I have been a voter for the Democratic Party my entire adult life. I am now an independent voter, and I would like to know so that I know who to vote for. I want to thank Representative Avalos for your humanity. Thank you so much for standing on the side of humanity.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Khaled. and then Manar. And go to Rima.
Hello, my name is Rima. I was born after the 48 catastrophe when my parents were chased out of their homes in Jerusalem. And we had to immigrate to my grandparents' house. Then I lived through the 67 war. I have been paying a lot of attention to what's going on in the Palestinian world. And the settlers, it has been very unsettling for the settlers to be beating and kicking people out of their homes in the West Bank and taking their place. I, as Palestinian, I cannot go back, live in my house where I was born, but my friend whose nieces and cousin, I guess my niece and her husband were able to go and live there. And I cannot do that, even though I was born.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go back to me, Abo. I'll go to Mike and then Arwa. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, hi. I've been listening now for more than 4 hours, since 6:30. I just want to let you know that I've been listening because I care about this subject. I care about the resolution that was removed. It's very upsetting that I've been waiting for 4 hours and cooking for my children while knowing that the money, the tax money that I'm paying is being used to bomb children all the way in Gaza. So please tally me. I am pro ceasefire.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to Mike.
Thank you for hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for everybody on the panel today, but just want to let you know that I'm calling for the ceasefire as well, and I refuse to have my tax dollars to kill the innocent people, while many people are already condemned Hamas. But what do the children have to do with Hamas? Think about Hamas is basically responsible the 70 years of the Israeli oppression. Think about the 2.5 million people living in Gaza. Half of them are under 18. What do they have to do with Hamas? And what do they have to do with being killed every day? Instead of sending our money to kill children and mothers and elderly people, we should fix issues over here in the United States. And I would like to also think about, let you know, think about all the doctors that are being killed in the hospital, all the people, all the mothers. What do they have to do with Hamas and people being killed? Please put your position and think about
your
yourself.
Comments. We'll go to Naveed.
Hi guys. I support a resolution for ceasefire on this ongoing genocide. This resolution represents this city and a majority of people who spoke today. In the last few hours, we had all people, Black, brown, white, Jewish, Muslim, LGBT, ask for a resolution on the ceasefire. This is simple. I stand with these brave souls. I stand with these people, with these San Franciscans, and you know, you guys have to do the right thing. You guys have to do the right thing. You guys have to do the right thing. Support a resolution for ceasefire on this ongoing genocide. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to O. Martin.
Good evening. Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Sean Martin. I'm Franco-American. My grandparents were in the resistance, so I urge you to stand up for human rights, as you do indeed for Latinos, for our African Americans who once fought illegally for rights, for Ukrainians and Jewish during Nazism. Please, ceasefire and passage, save humanity. Nazism didn't start with gas chambers, but rather over the take of 10 years, a decade, dehumanizing and bullying campaigns. Don't be fooled or bullied by the anti-Semitism or Holocaust card. Under international laws, Palestinians have the right to exist in their own land and resist against the occupier. So now over 6,000 people have been exterminated by Israelis and still going on. About 2,000 just babies and children. This is a genocide. The oppression also not only goes against Muslims,
your comments.
but also
We'll go back to me, Abo, and then Khalid. If me, Abo, or Khalid could unmute. Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I urge and ask we all stand for humanity today and a ceasefire. Dropping bombs in the past 2 weeks, more than what the US dropped on Afghanistan in a year, is not acceptable. They don't hide the intention of what they call carpet bombing the place and killing over 6,000 people. Over 60% of them are kids and women. This is a place smaller than San Jose that we're talking about. I was talking to a friend of mine whose whole family in Gaza was wiped out. This is 56 people, including 6 babies and toddlers. This is the least we can do to stop the killing. And I thank all the people, and especially the Jews, that are speaking the truth and supporting the ceasefire. People might not have seen the horrifying images from Gaza, but when parents start writing their kids' names on their hands to identify them after the rebel is clear, or parents are collecting their kids' body parts in plastic bags because their bodies are in pieces, we will be remembered in history by the people who allowed this to.
Next is me, can go ahead.
Hi there. Am I Miabo?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why my name is like that on the thing. I want to say I'm 100% in favor of a ceasefire resolution. I understand that there are some people who are against the proposition, and I get that it's probably because of propaganda and fear. And I feel like if we don't get that ceasefire resolution, it would actually increase the fear and the propaganda and all the hate that's going around. And the ceasefire will help to put an end to that, and it'll help us understand each other better. And I'd like to say that there is an ethnic cleansing going on. And I know that sometimes for some people who are in a position of power, it's sometimes hard to see. But there are children dying, there are people dying, and there are statistics to back it up. And I don't want to take up too much of your time. That's all I wanted to say.
Your comments? Go to Manar and then Hafsa.
Hi, thank you so much everyone for being here. I'm a physician, a psychiatrist, and I know we've been here for like 4 hours. Like every single second, there is not one more, maybe like dozens or maybe even like hundreds of people who are dying over there. So I'm not sure how many died within those 4 hours. Yeah, like similar to many others, I'm also surprised that we're voting on whether to kill more people or not to kill them. As a mental health professional, during COVID, I was on the first line, and it was horrible what was going on. But with this was like something that happened that we didn't have any hand in it. But this one, we're making it ourselves. We just came out of a pandemic, for God's sake. And during that pandemic, I mean, like everyone was devastated. My mental health, like my patients are really, really devastated right now. I have patients from different religions and different races, and everyone is feeling terrible. We are failing humanity, for God's sake. We keep talking about like validation in mental health, and we're not even validating ourselves. We're not validating humanity.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Hafsa.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Anyone that does not want to bring this resolution on, they're asking for the people in Gaza, half of who are children, to go back to dying quietly. So we ignore their plight. We don't even discuss their dire situation. This is people's lives being taken away from them after their homes have already been bombed to rubble. Doctors and volunteers in the middle of their shift in Gaza hospitals are being told they have to evacuate or be killed themselves. And they have to make that decision. Do I walk out of this intensive care unit and leave these people and children to die or on ventilators? Or do I stay and be killed myself? Stop for a moment and imagine your children, your family in this situation. The least we could do is to bring Resolution 11 back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Sumaya.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for having me on. Mr. Avalos, I would just first like to thank you for putting this resolution forward. And it was, I feel really badly that you had to apologize for it, for doing the right thing and for being brave and speaking up. I am a physician and I am a mom, so I'm in the business of saving lives. I'm in the business of producing lives. I'm in the business of nurturing little lives. And it's just crazy to me that we're even having this debate and taking our time, deliberating over this resolution for a ceasefire, and that we're so concerned about semantics and language at the cost of thousands of lives and children that are being massacred in Gaza as we speak. We should just, I urge the committee to hasten to do good, to hasten to do the right thing, to hasten to save lives, and to hasten to justice.
Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Well, first, I would like to say thank you to everyone who provided public comment. And thank you to Moises for fielding public comment for the last, for almost 5 hours. I really, really appreciate it. I know everyone on this body appreciates hearing from the public. It is one of the most important things that we can do on this body. I just want to clarify a few things for the public because, I know that this can be a very confusing process and people might not understand how the party works and, how our agenda works and what was done and what was voted on or not voted on. So I want to provide some clarity because technically, we have not agendized item 11. Which means we're not going to have discussion about it on this meeting as a body. It also means that we have not voted on it or taken any action on it as a body. So there have been no votes taken on item number 11. No one has voted against item number 11. What has happened is that the author has requested to have it sent to committee so that there can be further discussion and that we can bring it back. And I believe that we will do that as fast as possible within the confines of our bylaws, which we have to abide by, and then bring a resolution back. So we will be doing that work. We will be duly noticing when we meet. We will be coming up with a public comment process and a process where we invite stakeholders in to be a part of the meeting. So I firmly believe that part of the work that we have to do is coming together to get to a place that we are able to get something, to do something right. I think that many people on this call, on this body, really support peace, really want to see a ceasefire, really want to see an end to the killings, and really want to acknowledge the pain that has been inflicted by this entire war, this entire conflict, all of the killing that has been done. So I when Member Avalos reached out to me about this, he said that he's really committed to seeing this through and really working on this resolution and getting a resolution passed. I am personally committed into working with him and with anyone else and all the community that wants to be a part of this process to get to a place where we can come together and put something forward and stand up for what is right. So I just say this to say that this is not the end of the conversation. We're not voting no on anything. We haven't in fact voted or had the conversation yet, but we will be very soon, as quickly as humanly possible and as quickly as our bylaws allow. We will provide dual notice. We will duly notice the meeting so that the public is aware and be transparent with that process. So again, thank you to all the members who have been not slept over the last 3 days, who've been in conversations with community members over the last 3 days, who have been a part of problem solving and really fighting to do the right thing in this case, which I believe every member on this body is trying very hard to do the right thing. And I think that we will get there. So thank you again to all the members of the public, all the members of this body, and to Moises for helping us field that public comment. We will now at this point move on to our next agenda item, which is reports. I will keep my report very, very brief. First item is fundraising. Thank you again to everyone who helped out with the fundraiser that we had. We were able to raise money, and all of that money is going towards the continuing the function of the Democratic Party. So towards staffing costs and towards our accountants, all of the things that we need to keep the Democratic Party running. So thank you again to all who have supported and who have donated. The next item under my report is the Voter Outreach Bidding Committee. So for those of you who are not aware, there will be an election in March, and we will be making endorsements and going through an endorsement process for that. And so as a part of that, we will be doing a mail program, and we will have to select who will be producing our mail pieces. So for that, we are creating a voter outreach bidding committee. I will be on the committee. I assume that our chair of voter outreach would also like to be a part of the committee. If not, yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. I know also that Treasurer Hanzo will also be a part of the committee as our treasurer who has to sign all of those checks. AJ Thomas also expressed interest in being a part of this committee. And if there's anyone else who's interested, please reach out to me. Anyone is welcome to participate. With that, I will move it on to reports from our vice chairs. And if there's nothing to report, if you can keep it brief, please do. Thank you. Yes. And we'll go to Vice Chair Lacroix for outreach.
I'm very in favor of keeping this section brief. I just want to say that we had a very robust summer participating in Sunday Streets and doing that type of voter outreach and engagement. I just want to express a deep thank you to SFYD and Rose Pack Democratic Club, specifically leaders Joshua Ochoa, Kitty Fong, and Joy, who have all been very interested and willing participants in these outreach efforts, along with members Galata and Baraka, or excuse me, Vice Chairs Galata and Baraka for participating in our Sunday Streets efforts. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. We'll go to Vice Chair Galata for a report on communications.
Thanks, Chair Mahogany, and I'll just be very brief and combine partnerships and communications together. Just a plug for our final phone banks leading up to the November 7th election. So as Susan Pfeiffer mentioned, we're calling this Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon at the Nancy Pelosi True to Blue office in the Castro at 541 Castro Street. We're calling it to Ohio to help pass their state constitutional amendment to give people control over their bodies and expand reproductive rights in Ohio. And we're also calling it to Virginia to take full Democratic control of their legislature and to stop their Republican governor from passing a 6-week abortion ban. So that's what's at stake on November 7th. So help us make calls, 10 a.m. to noon. Just bring your laptop and a cell phone and a headset and jump on the phones and help make calls. This is kind of a critical GOTV, both in Ohio and Virginia. We could use your help. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galata. Issues and resolutions, Vice Chair Levitt.
I'll get to the practical matters, but first I just want to say that we hear the collective pain and we are on different sides perhaps, but this is a collective pain and it will not be weaponized, but we will work together. And we as Democrats have the ability to speak up without fear of reprisal. Look at what's gone on with the GOP trying to elect their speakership with that thin majority, right? So let's really cherish that freedom, and we really must work together against the divisiveness that will take us all down. So on to the practical matters. Mark your calendars for Saturday, December 9th, because that is the date we have for endorsement interviews. So this is for the March 2024 ballot and already on the SF election site. There are a number of potential ballot measures, including charter amendments. So you can read all about the ways that they need to qualify. Curious thing is that by that date, we won't have the letters. But when we do the endorsement interviews as a body on Wednesday, December 13th, we will. So hopefully there won't be so many and we can keep them straight, but I'll try to be very clear about that process. So, and then back to this resolution that Member Avalos has brought forward. If there is a desire to have this heard in committee, our Issues and Resolutions Committee is small. So we are opening this, of course, to the entire body. And if there is a special meeting that would be publicly noticed, that is a process that we can discuss. I'll hand it back. Thank you.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you. It is getting late. We will skip over the treasurer's report, given Treasurer Zoe is not here, but we will come back to that next month. For committees, we do have 3 clubs that need to be chartered, and for that, I'll turn it over to Member Thomas.
Good evening, members. There are.
Sorry, Member Baraka.
Well, sorry. Yes, Vice Chair Baraka. Oops. We'll come back to you right after the club reports. Thank you.
We're doing club chartering first?
Yeah, and then we'll come back to Vice Chair Baraka. Sorry about skipping over you.
No, understood. Members, good evening. There are 3 Democratic clubs that have submitted their paperwork and are ready to be chartered. We have Young Democrats for Educational Equity, Pueblo Unidos Democratic Club, and Harriet Tubman African American Democratic Club. They've all met the requirements under our bylaws to be chartered as a club. Also, as the club chartering chair, I'm going to make a motion to charter all of them unless there's an objection, so we can just have one vote.
So moved.
Seconded. Member Ibanez.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations, the 3 clubs are passed unanimously. And apologies to Vice Chair Baraka, I did skip over voter outreach.
No worries.
Voter
I'm
registration.
just going to just quickly say I want to thank everyone for standing in during my absence this summer for all of voter registration events, especially to Vice Chair Lacroix for organizing helping to organize all of those events. Much appreciated. Some of you may know I retired this summer, so I was away for a couple of months, and I'm happy to be back. And I just wanted to quickly say thank you to D11 Democratic Club for several of the voter registration efforts that I was made aware of by President Rosario Cervantes. So I just want to give a shout out to D11 Club President Rosario and her many organized volunteers who showed up for voter registration. Anytime you want to ask questions or be a part of voter registration committee, reach out to me or Executive Director Garcia. That is all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Welcome back. We'll now go on to a report from our Executive Director, Moises Garcia.
Thanks, Chair Mahogany. Just wanted to remind, though online registration closed for convention yesterday, you can still register on site. The price has unfortunately risen to $140, but you're still have the opportunity to participate. And also, if you are a DCCC member and you need a proxy, please reach out and let me know as soon as possible. If you're an elected ADEM, please reach out to myself or Regional Director Henny Kelly to help find you a proxy. The rules are a little bit different for those members. And then if you are a appointed delegate of the DCCC, reach out to myself or Chair Mahogany for a proxy. And if you are an appointed delegate from an elected official, reach out to that that elected official as well for your proxies. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions regarding convention and what's going to be going on there. That concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Do we have a Regional Director Kelly on the line?
She couldn't make it this evening.
Okay, so we'll skip over that. Are there any standing committee updates?
Let me see if Susan's still here. I'm going to promote Susan. You're on mute.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I was getting ready for bed. What is it?
Organizing committee updates.
Oh, there really isn't. I'm not sure what you want me to talk about.
Oh, pretty much the upcoming phone banks for Virginia,
Oh, okay.
Ohio.
Oh, okay. Because Peter Galato mentioned that. Yeah, we're finalizing going into the GOTV for Virginia and Ohio. With Virginia, it's the regular elections of their state Senate and their House of Delegates. And the urgency for this is we need to control both of them. We control the state Senate, but not the House of Delegates. If we lose control of both of them, Governor Youngkin, whom we remember how he snowed everyone and got elected 2 years ago, he has got an anti-abortion bill ready to go. And they're saying it's a 15-week one, but we know that's not true. They'll probably go with a 6-week bill. If they can pass something like that, it's pretty well known that he's going to jump into the presidential race. So it's bad news all around. So we are calling for, in San Francisco, we're calling for, her name went out of my head. And we have called for before. She's now running for state Senate. She was
Danica.
Yeah, Danica Rome. And then we're calling for Phil Hernandez, who is running for the House of Delegates. These are candidates picked by sister district, and we're working with them. And for Ohio, it's a really important election. It's a constitutional amendment on the ballot to make abortion legal. And we fought back a challenge in August. The Republican Party was terrified it was going to pass, so they wanted to change the threshold to pass it from 50% to 60%. And we fought that back. Now, by telling people to vote no on issue 1, now we are calling them and telling them on the final ballot to vote yes on issue 1. So it's confusing to a lot of voters, and it's very important that we explain it to them. There was a phone bank today with the Bay Area Coalition, and on 3 separate calls, I was able to explain it to people who were very confused and get a yes vote out of it. And if we can pass that, it's going to send huge ripples. We're also doing some early calls into the Central Valley, into CA 22 and 13, asking them what issues are most important, and basically asking if they would commit to voting for a Democrat in Congress next year. We're getting an early jump on that. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Susan. Appreciate you being here.
Oh,
That's
sure.
We will now move on to item number 6, which is our first resolution of the evening. This is a resolution supporting equitable services for English language learners. And for this, actually, can I have a motion to consider this item? Or is this the item that needs to be tabled?
Yeah, Chair Mahogany. Yeah, I request that we table this resolution for a later meeting. I have fielded a number of requests and concerns, and there are certain things that we can certainly address to strengthen that resolution, working with our constituents, including our new Young Dems Club, but also folks in the community who are engaged and attend the public schools. So,
thank you, Vice Chair Levitt. Can we have a motion then to table this item?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galata.
Second.
And thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. I believe we can do this by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? All right, the resolution is tabled. We look forward to having it come back. We will now move on to item number 7, which is a resolution in support of saving public schools within the San Francisco Unified School District from closure or consolidation. This is a resolution brought forward by Member Ibanez. Can we have a motion to consider this item?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Second.
Second by Member Peraza.
Correct.
Member Ibanez, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair Mahogany. I want to be able to let everyone know that this resolution came about. I had parents who have kids in SFUSD, parents who have children who were born and raised in San Francisco and who are graduates of SFUSD, and educators who asked that I bring this resolution to you. With this resolution, what I want to be able to say about this is that it would be shameful if San Francisco, which is home to over 70 billionaires, closed public schools. This is a moral issue. Our community simply cannot allow this to happen. School closures are heartbreaking. Losing a school community can be devastating to a child, and particularly when we look at the data, which are the schools that tend to be closed, are schools where majority of students of color and poor students attend. We heard an educator who was actually an educator for 25 years, who talked about her experience when John Swett Elementary was closed here in San Francisco, and schools in Treasure Island, and the impact and the negative impact that had in our community. And I want to say that a school is not just a building, it's a loving community of parents, teachers, paraeducators, administrators, volunteer, and alumni. And I'm going to give you an example in terms of what happened in Chicago. In decades since Chicago public schools closed a record of 50 schools, the district enrollment has dropped by another 81,500 students. That's nearly 3 times the enrollment decline in the 10 years before the 2013 closings of more schools. Educational outcomes worsened for students who were reassigned to other schools. Chicago Public Schools attempts to leverage school closures and empty district property to reduce budget deficits failed miserably. 26 school sites remain vacant with no signs of redevelopment. 13 of the 50 charter schools received public subsidies, but were bought by private entities and converted into luxury housing or private schools. And in San Francisco, as we all have known, the empowered payroll system debacle shows that SFUSD does not have a good track record of negotiating agreements for large sums, and any leases or sales of school properties will likely result in sweetheart deals for real estate developers or charter schools operators. We have a moral obligation to the children of San Francisco to ensure that their children's school communities remain intact. Children need stability. Our SFUSD students are still reeling from the terrors of the pandemic. Many are grieving the deaths of parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Half of SFUSD families live in poverty. As families are increasingly squeezed by inflation and the spiraling cost of housing, decision makers cannot dump yet one more hardship on them. This is why it is so important to ensure that our schools here in San Francisco remain open. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ibanez. Is there anyone else who'd like to provide comment on this item? Seeing none, is there, oh, Member Tong.
Good evening, everyone. I am a public school parent in San Francisco Unified. My son is a kindergartner. This is his second year in public schools in San Francisco. I do support San Francisco public schools. I do not feel like schools closures are a positive thing for the community. I also understand that the San Francisco Unified School District has some real structural deficits that if we do not get our budgets under control, that the state will take over the school district. I think that while the resolution is well-intentioned and it's thoughtful in the way that it wants to preserve school communities and provide educational opportunities equal for lower income and students of color, that the resolved paragraph is too restrictive in what its aims are. It says that the San Francisco Democratic Party supports preservation of San Francisco Unified School District schools, which I do believe is something that we should support. However, that engagement in community stakeholders for at least 5 years before closing or consolidating schools is unrealistic, especially given the structural deficits that the San Francisco Unified School District has at the moment. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting this resolution. With all respect to Member Ibanez.
Thank you, Member Tung. Would anyone else like to provide comment on this item? Seeing none, I believe we can do this by acclamation. Noted that Member Tung is voting no, but can we have a motion to approve this agenda item?
So moved.
Second.
I don't know. It sounded pretty even both times to me, but we'll go with Vice Chair Baraka first and then Vice Chair Lacroix as the second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Member Tung is opposed. Is there any other one who is opposed to this item? All right. And are there any abstentions?
Raphael is abstaining.
Kounalakis is abstaining.
I'm sorry, there's Kounalakis, Mandelman, and who else?
Dufty.
And Dufty. Thank you very much. Congratulations, this resolution passes. We will now move on to item number 8, a resolution honoring transgender and gender expansive lives in commemoration of Transgender Awareness Week and Transgender Day of Remembrance. This is a resolution brought forward by Member Peraza. Can I have a motion to consider this item?
So moved.
Second, Member Ibanez.
Okay, Baraka and then Ibanez.
Excuse me, Chair, that was not me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I would have.
Who was the other voice? Sorry.
That was the proxy Wiener.
Oh, thank you for Kounalakis. Thank you so much. Member Peraza, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good evening, members. I ask that you bear with me. My mind is getting slow after a very long day. The resolution brought forth is, of course, in honor of Transgender Awareness Week, which is coming up next month from November 13th to November 19th. Following Transgender Awareness Week is Transgender Day of Remembrance, which is an annual commemoration for transgender and gender expansive lives lost to transphobic violence. And I really think that this resolution is very important because of the extent of politicization and how it has beginning to affect transgender and gender expansive lives here in this country. The profound conditions that promote hurtful and violent rhetoric, which is then translated into the legislation that we are seeing being introduced across state legislatures. Once again, this year, every year we keep setting new records. And I definitely think that California, being the progressive state that it is, we are not immune to we are not immune to this sort of rhetoric. As we have seen earlier this year with the violent outbreak that took place in Southern California in regards to queer history being taught at Chino Valley's Unified School District was very alarming. And it definitely signaled that California, once again, is not absolved from what is going on across the country. And I think that not just the San Francisco Democratic Party, but the National Democratic Party as well can do much more in regards to standing up for trans people at this time. Trans issues have become kitchen table issues, and this is definitely not the moment to turn a blind eye to what is happening. It has serious implications that affect many lives, and I hope that with this resolution, the San Francisco Democratic Party renews its commitment to the transgender and gender expansive community to champion protection and safety and progress, and continue to be the beacon as it has been for the last few years or for the last few decades. And I also thank Chair Mahogany for also sponsoring this resolution with me.
Thank you, Member Peraza, for your leadership on this. Is there anyone else who would like to provide comment on this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve this agenda item?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Avalos. A second from Vice Chair.
Second.
Second from Vice Chair Baraka. I think he beat you to it silently. I think we can do this by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? All right, congratulations. The resolution passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item number 9, a resolution in support of the preservation of community organizations at the Redstone Labor Temple. Can I have a motion to consider this item?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Member Peraza. Who is the first?
Thomas.
Member Thomas. Thank you so much, Member Thomas. This, just for some background, that this is a resolution that was, this is based on a resolution that was also brought forward by the Labor Council. And the reason that I'm bringing this forward is because I met with a group of organizations who are current and historic tenants of the Redstone Labor Temple. For those of you who aren't aware, the Redstone Labor Temple is also known as the Redstone Building. It's located at 16th and South Van Ness in the Mission and was built by the San Francisco Labor Council, actually all the way back in 1914. And it was the Labor Council's home for a very long time, along with many other affiliated unions and the SF building trades. It was an epicenter of organizing actually for the 1934 San Francisco General Strike, and was also home to one of the first all-women's union, the Bookbinders Local 125. The Redstone Labor Temple has both national and international significance as a monument to labor. And it also in 2004 was designated as a San Francisco City Landmark. Since 1968, it actually has been a center for social and economic justice organizations, nonprofit service and advocacy agencies, artists, and cultural groups by and for Mission District's poor and working class. And today it stands as one of the last buildings in San Francisco that is dedicated to maintaining the culture and community of the Mission District in the face of an unprecedented displacement crisis. Now, the Redstone Labor Temple is being targeted, by some of the forces that we have seen before. The building has been bought. There are negotiations for leases that are coming up, and many of the folks who have traditionally been housed in that building are at risk for displacement. It is really important to us, the San Francisco Labor Council, and many of the residents of the mission and the city, that we preserve the historic integrity of that building, and many of the tenants that have called it home for decades. So this is a resolution in support of their efforts to remain at the Redstone building, and I hope to have your support. Is there anyone else who would like to provide comment on this item? Seeing none, I think we can do this by acclamation. Oh, first, we need a motion to approve the agenda item.
So moved, Member Ibanez.
Member Ibanez.
Second.
Second by
Thomas.
Member Thomas. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right.
Kounalakis abstains.
Oh, thank you very much. Member Kounalakis abstains. The resolution passes. We now have our final resolution, the resolution commending and honoring Kathleen Dowling McDonough for her distinguished service to the San Francisco Democratic Party. Can I have a motion to consider this item?
So moved, Thomas.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Lacroix. All right, thank you so much. So many of you know that Kathleen McDonough served as the proxy for Dianne Feinstein for many, many years. She and I immediately connected because we're both Catholic schoolgirls, survivors of the San Francisco Catholic schooling, and we immediately connected on that. And I have to say that she has been such a treasure to the San Francisco Democratic Party. But just a little bit of background about Kathleen. She not only served as Senator Feinstein's proxy from June 2018 until this last month, but prior to serving as her proxy on this body, Kathleen worked for Mayor Frank Jordan and was also Director of Marketing for Burr, Pilger, and Mayer for more than a decade. Upon leaving BPM, she and her family began the award-winning McDonough Family Olive Oil, and it has won many, many olive oil awards. So definitely check it out. As a fifth-generation San Franciscan, Kathleen has contributed a lot to her community. She served on the Giants Community Fund for more than 20 years, remained active in leadership in San Francisco, and imparted her skills to the Irish Cultural Center and countless other charitable causes that benefit from her event planning experience. And if I'm not mistaken, Kathleen's, I think, grandfather or great-grandfather was one of the founders of the Irish Cultural Center. So she has a very deep-rooted legacy here in San Francisco. And I, for one, could not have produced the last two galas, and actually really we could not have produced any of the galas that we've had since I've been on the board without the help of Kathleen, who has been a rock star in helping us getting it organized. So this resolution is our small way of saying thank you to Kathleen for her years of service, all she's done for the party, and wishing her best in her endeavors to come. And with that, I'll open it up to comments from other members, starting with Vice Chair Lacroix.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Mahogany, for bringing this resolution forward. I'm a little sad that she's not here with us, but I understand why, especially at this hour. But Kathleen, excuse me, I'm gonna say her name correctly, Kathleen Dowling McDonough has been such a strong and consistent member, or at serving as a proxy for members of this Democratic County Central Committee, even with agenda items that the person she's proxying for may or may not agree. She has still been attended every meeting and stayed on until the adjournment consistently, and has participated very strongly in our fundraising efforts. And then on the personal side, both her and I kind of also, to speak to what you mentioned, Chair Mahogany, we bonded over growing up in the Ingleside, and being Ingleside girlies along Ocean Avenue, and bonded over that. And I really just wanted to voice my appreciation for her dedication to the Democratic Party, and for her treating every member of the DCCC with the same respect and love and appreciation. And she just saw all of us as equal members, and I acknowledge and honor that. And I hope that she can join us again in the future, but also on her own terms. And I really just want to, again, acknowledge her time and dedication to this DCCC, and just share more love and appreciation to Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. We'll now go to proxy for Gloria Berry, Michael Nguyen.
Hi, Member Berry was on a panel tonight at the premiere for Chesa Boudin's movie, which she's in, so she couldn't make it. So she wanted to add to the record, though, that she's so thankful for her time working with Kathleen and the bond that was formed. And she said that call her anytime you need her. So as my first time proxying, I am also kind of in awe of Kathleen just by reputation alone. So I also share my congratulations and also warm wishes and commending you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. We'll now go on to Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Kathleen, I let Kathleen know about the resolution, and she really regretted not being able to join because she had another volunteer commitment tonight. But she did say that she was going to watch the recording of the meeting. So I didn't give her any other context. So she'll be hearing all of our well wishes tomorrow when she watches the meeting recording. But I wanted to join the chorus here by stating that Kathleen was just a great welcoming spirit from the beginning. Like when I was first sworn in as a delegate to the SFDCCC, she made me feel welcome. She showed me the ropes, and she was that way with everybody. Working with her on everything from various committees to fundraising, she was always helpful. There was never an ulterior motive or another thing involved. She was just a great mentor and a great person to be around. She was a ton of fun, whether you were on Zoom or you were in person. And not having her in these meetings is definitely a loss because she was just fantastic. And looking forward to working with her again in any capacity because she's just great. And I'm glad that we're doing this.
Thank you so much, Member Thomas. All right, with that, can I have a motion to approve this agenda item?
So moved.
So moved.
Member Yanez?
Member
Second.
Second. Okay. Second, Vice Chair Lacroix. I think we can do this one by acclamation as well. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? All right. Congratulations, Kathleen Dowling McDonough, and thank you for your years of service. We will now move on to item number 12, which is new business. I'm sorry, item number 11, which is new business. Does anyone have any new business they'd like to discuss or bring forward? Vice Chair Galata.
Thanks, Chair Mahogany. So I think I also want to just thank everyone who, all the members of the public who were on tonight's call and meeting. There were over 200 people in attendance tonight. And I think what we heard overwhelmingly was a desire to see this body take action on a resolution calling for a ceasefire. And so I just wanted to raise kind of the ask of, can we schedule a special meeting to convene members to discuss and take action on a resolution within the next 1 to 2 weeks, or as soon as possible. I think I understand the resolution is going to be going to committee. And once it is kind of discussed and worked on in committee, it could then be brought to a vote at a special meeting. And so I wanted to ask if we can schedule a special meeting to occur in short order.
Yes, we can definitely do that. We'll have to figure out when we can, when exactly that date will be, but we'll send out a notice so that the public is aware. And it will, because our next monthly meeting would be basically during the holidays. And I don't think anyone wants to wait that long. So we will have to figure out a date, but we will schedule it as soon as possible. But in the meantime, I think it's important to note that there will be another meeting that needs to happen, which is the committee meeting to discuss the resolution before we have it move forward to a 10-day notice. So it will take a little bit of time.
And we'll schedule that committee meeting as soon as possible. So I will reach out tomorrow morning, which is coming soon.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Levitt, and thank you, Vice Chair Galata. Any other new business? All right, seeing none, we will now move on to the our final item, adjournment. This is also where we offer in memoriams. I think in the name of the thousands of Palestinians and Israelis who have died in the last 2 weeks, we should definitely adjourn the meeting in their names. In addition to that, I think, there was someone who passed away recently. This person's name is Felicia Smith, longtime Tenderloin resident and volunteer, very, very much involved in advocacy groups here in San Francisco, constantly standing up for tenants' rights, being very vocal, volunteering with the District 6 office. She was actually one of our front desk greeters, and she also worked on many, many progressive campaigns throughout the city. So I would like to adjourn tonight in the memory of Felicia Smith. We'll go next to Vice Chair Lacroix.
Yes, I believe that I believe it was Susan Pfeiffer who brought up, and I was looking at the news at the same time, all those who were victims of gun violence in Maine this evening. I think the numbers are still incoming, but it's over a couple of dozen. And so I just want to include those individuals and their families in our in memoriam and our thoughts for this evening as we adjourn.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. Proxy for Member Berry.
Yes, Member Berry would like to adjourn in the memory of Eli Crawford. Eli was a pillar in the Fillmore community, and he will be dearly missed. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, in the names of all of the people who we have spoken, we will adjourn tonight's meeting. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night, and we'll see you soon.